Alright, hello. Sorry about that, was doing a little bit of finagly, but we're good to go. Hello, it's Issues. Hello everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the OC contest. I am the totally not judgmental being who's gonna be a judgmental being.
That's okay. It's okay. If you're judgmental, I stab people.
Fair enough. To my right,
I just want to not be the main judge.
I mean, we all say we don't want to be the main judge. We don't want to be the main judge, but you know, it's kind of how it just goes. Like things just happen like that. But here's the current standing. Just to give y'all a reminder of the current standing. And here we go. It's Shen to start off. It is Shen.
Can't be.
It's a male Higashiop who's got 10 years of combat experience, and they're probably 18 because we love child soldiers here.
What?
That sounds about right.
Alright, well, we have a Lupo. Actually, given Chen's like propensity for making a lot of Rado ops, I was like, wait, Chen made a Lupo? Not a Sancta? Huh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Instructor is interesting.
Yeah.
Curious what to see.
An instructor guard, that's not something you see every day. So, yeah, let's see what we have here then. Instructor guard. So our comparison here is Alice then, I think.
Yes.
I'm trying to think if we have any other 6-star instructor guards, and I'm like, I don't think so.
No, we don't.
Oh yeah, stats are
a little
on. It's not including trust. It's not including trust.
Okay, it's fine then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on average or whatever.
It is still decently low attack actually. Palace at max is 687 with 50 trust. This is 665 with 30 from trust.
But Palace also has 50 less defense.
True. So I guess a more defensive take is what we should see then.
So basically some variations. As expected.
Also, yes.
Alrighty.
We love stat variation.
I mean, I would
Hell
hope
yeah.
so. It's like, if everyone had the same stat, that would be very interesting, now wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, they want to be blocking. Interesting.
Let's see. Oh yeah, they do want to
That-
be blocking. They want to be blocking, or the person in front of them wants to be basically
Okay.
someone wants to be walking in general here. So they gain up to 6 stacks, so you can get up to
Oh.
what is that? 18%? Yeah, 18%.
Mhm.
And then if you hit max,
And is that
stack-
1%? Like, is it 2% without pots?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's 2%
No.
without pot.
Okay.
It's 2% without
That's
pots.
usually
Yes.
how it's written. And then when you hit max stacks, you get increased CC, 30% more increased CC duration.
Okay.
And
I
you can,
will say though, 18% attack, HP, and defense is really good for a talent.
That is.
I mean, yeah, you basically have to kill. You basically have to kill the wall block, which is not very hard to do. Basically, just don't go full range knights and you're good to go. Which again, with what I know about you, Chen, is like the opposite of how you play Arknights. Like, don't you play like snipers, or like a lot of snipers? Because I'm like, wait, hold on. The interesting part
Also
to
from
me-
from a cohesion point of view, I don't know how they would code it into the game for an increased crowd control duration.
that's
No,
not
we
hard.
have that
That's
already.
very much
That's,
in the-
We do?
That's IS.
We have that from IS.
Yeah, that's IS.
Oh, we
You
have it
gotta
in
increase
I-
by
oh, wait,
50%.
right.
I think
Very
the
easy
harder
to kill.
part would be
I
only losing
com-
half the stacks when
Yeah,
retreated.
or losing all the
I have
stats.
I completely forgot about IS because I haven't played IS in like 4 months.
Yeah, so it's like if you only lose half the stacks, or you lose all the stacks, like, I'm not sure how you do the half the stack part. That's the
Yeah.
only part that I'm not sure about. So, bit of a question mark. Second one, you become enlightened. And you have different classes, okay. So, basically for guards and snipers,
Okay.
they have more attack, vanguard and specialists, more ASPD, defender and medics, more HP, caster supporter, more SP recovery.
I do feel like the medic HP isn't too useful.
Yeah.
That aside, I'm torn between liking it because it's kind of interesting, but I do kind of prefer when instructors are a little bit more specialized in what they try to buff.
This is kind of just
Talent,
everything.
yeah. Not only that, talent 2 is doing a lot for a talent.
Yeah.
It's a good bit of buffs. Like, considering that it's unconditional. Oh no, you have to be in 8 surrounding tiles though.
And
So it's like
Psy gives like
I mean,
12 ASPD?
Silac, 15 with mod.
15 with mod, okay.
Like off
to
top of the
okay, and to put it into perspective, I know Swire is day 1, but it is the attack of melee operators is increased by 10% in the surrounding 8 tiles. So it's just like
Swire is also-
going from that.
Swire is
Yeah,
also
it's
5
day
star. So
Yeah.
this is a 6 star.
But-
So like, it's not.
I know, but it's just like I
surprising.
still feel like it's a really big jump.
I would say if it was 15. I mean, if it was just 15%, 2 guards or melee ops, that should be Swire but better. It'd just be 6-star
Yeah.
Swire, which I wouldn't say is a good thing.
I mean, I'm not saying it should be 6-star Swire. I'm just saying that it does a lot for a talent.
I think
Right.
I think the problem is every class is covered. I think is the problem.
Yeah,
As opposed
like, I
to
think-
the individual numbers.
Honestly, you know what
Yeah.
what it could have done? It could have been it's a vigor effect. Ranged operators get attack, melee operators get defense.
Maybe. But we'll see what the skill, or I guess we have modules and then we have skills, but we'll see what they do.
Though you could say that's just better Palace Talent 1.
Yeah, it's like it's
Yeah.
I don't dislike the concept, I dislike the general nature of it, I guess.
So it looks like you get 24% to all of your stats with mod 3, and then 50% crowd control duration.
Not
That's
hard to
quite good.
do, considering that a lot of maps open up with like scrub enemies. That's
Yeah,
pretty
especially
easy to
because
max.
even if you have to retreat, all of a sudden now you only need to kill 3 whole enemies. Which is
Yeah,
pretty easy.
like all right, like
I
honestly,
do kind of hope to see something where you kind of I don't know if it'd be too good probably, but part of me kind of wants to see the like your stacks spread to like nearby operators just to keep like the buff aspect of instructors, but I guess we'll see.
Okay, see, low key, I'm looking at this like if you get enlighten and the 10%, I'm like, low key, if the enlighten was like, you know, just a solid defensive buff or something, I don't know. Like, ooh. I feel like giving, because instructors don't give sync, right? I'm not just crazy.
No, they don't.
None of them currently
like,
do. I think there's room that they could, but they don't right now.
Yeah, it's like if you angle towards like an instructor that was on the more defensive side and granted like sync or something, I feel like that'd be more interesting as opposed to just like your various classes get various buffs depending on who they are. I'm like, that's a little, I don't know.
This does seem, especially with the Sanctuary and attacking Aerial, this does just seem a little like, how many different buffs can we throw onto a single talent? Because this single talent is now giving 6 different buffs.
Depending on who it is. Again, it is with 8 surroundings, so it's like it'll probably be a little more difficult to manage to cram it onto, like, get the full effect, but it's kind of like Pokemon.
I would still prefer something a little bit more specialized, like to have a bit more of a better identity. Because it's like, I don't really see how all of these are coming together entirely.
Like, it's kind of like Arknights Pokemon with the buffs, gotta catch them all.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that, but...
Like, I think that's already one issue I have a little bit with Palace, that her thing, like, her buff is a little bit random, compared to, like, the 5 and 4 stars, where it's like, yeah, one of them is for 3-up block, one is for, you know, melee, one is for your 3 stars, it's, you know...
What are you talking about? They made Palace for Minos Knights.
I'm not even sure if Asa would agree with that.
True. My bad. How could I forget? She heals Vulcan for so much.
What is going on here? 20 initial...
Oh.
20, 30 SP cost.
Hey?
You lose
at least it's not
HP and you grant allies a damage buff. But you have to you basically have a 25-second lockout for not being able to be just like pure heal locked, like full on heal locked.
That seems... You don't... Okay, the thing is, skill 1 doesn't have a range. That's just a really good buff to throw them in the back of the map.
Wait, yeah, that's all allies, but that's just a global buff.
Like, the blocking part is the 8 surrounding tiles, and it's fine, I guess. But holy shit, that's just an insanely good buff just to throw on the back of a map.
Wait,
like a, you know, Guardian.
What does Ak buff someone with?
I think it's either 50-50 or... Yeah, it's 50% attack, 50 ASPD. Yeah, it's 35% at level 7.
So
M3 is 50-50. So this is almost a global Ak buff without the downside, and it lasts longer.
You have a global Ak buff that Ak shoots himself.
This is insane.
I'm very not okay with this, not to mention you're doing extra damage, and you have a stun or silence. So what
not to mention, it's actually a 6-second stun, I'll add.
Oh, that's true.
It is a 6-second
stun.
If we have the module anyway, so otherwise it's like...
So you basically have Ak, but he shoots himself. And he also stuns enemies. If they're within the, if they're within range of getting... of the block or self-range.
And this is almost teledroppable, and it almost has a 50% uptime.
Yeah, but it has a 30 SP cost. You literally just pop this on cooldown.
Okay, well S1 is a tad broken.
So I have some concerns about S1.
So I looked at S2, and we're just getting started here.
Okay.
we're just getting started.
A 5x5 attack range. Okay. That's a big range.
It's a what range? Oh Jesus! I didn't think about that. It's okay. It's a learning process with making OCs and making them balanced.
So is preventing from from moving? I guess that's a bind.
I'm assuming it's a bind. Also, high balance.
I mean, it says pulls the target to this unit significantly, which is what hookmasters do generally.
Let's just say the
Right.
Bean. Let's just say the
Yes.
Bean is very confused with what he's seeing, and he's a little concerned, but he's also understanding.
So wait, hold on. We have a global, we have a regular all-around buff with talent 2. We have a global Ock buff with skill 1, and now we have Hookmaster, but in all directions with skill 2. This really is just Pokemon.
I'm confused as to what the identity of the op is supposed to be at this point. Because you have like a Gladia S2-esque hook. And then you have a stun. Like, kind of like a Weedy-esque, like, shift speed stun net. So it's like, you have an Ock buff, a Gladia. I'm like.
It also dodges CC immunity.
Does?
Almost completely on all of the spells.
If the enemies have stun immunity, inflict slow instead.
What if they have stun and slow immunity? Because technically,
Then
Okay,
slow
so
is
IS4 ending 2 doesn't care.
we found a use for the Moose Man. He's not just gonna get bullied by Shu in a corner again.
Okay.
Okay, like numbers and like raw balance aside, I'm genuinely just confused as to what
still
the
3
target as like what you're trying
as a
to get.
passive.
That is a passive.
There is the spreading talent 1. Okay.
Also, the skill cycle for skill 2 is insane. It's 25-25.
Oh, yeah, and this one is 40-40, so we'll see what it does.
40-40 like Shohei Ohtani? 40-40 baseball?
When activated, stop attacking.
So
Which is talent 2 again?
That's
the
buff,
Enlightened.
mass
The
buff.
Enlightened. Yeah,
the mass
okay.
buff. So then,
Oh.
with blocked ally, I'm assuming blocked enemies or any stop attacking one in the effective talent range expands. Expand is shot. Sorry, S2 Shu S3 range.
Okay. I'll be real. I don't. Okay, well, okay. Frighten is a better buff or debuff than Stun, I think.
Straight up,
but
yeah.
I don't know why I would ever use this, honestly.
This is what, like, it's basically a counterattack, right? With a buff.
Yeah, it's a counterattack, which is, especially with a 2.5 second cooldown, is a little. Like, okay, you counterattack when the allies in range get attacked. Okay.
Basically, you are the reflect damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at all these skills, and I'm like, in what situation do I not just use S1 permanently?
Yeah, I think the best use case for this operator is just sit them in a corner, spamming S1, every once in a while throw a silence drone at them.
Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, I guess you could use S2 if you need to pull someone into a hole, because that is actually a pretty significant pull. If you're not bringing a hook master.
And it covers a big as fuck range, 5x5, the whole map.
I'm like,
yeah, that's really big.
That's 25 tiles.
And you can put this operator on a range tile because it's a goddamn instructor.
Yeah.
S3 is like an AoE defensive skill, so I'm just looking at this and I'm like, in what situation do I not just use skill 1 the entire time?
I guess, yeah, I mean, S2 is potentially, like, effectively just a permabind for 25 seconds, in theory.
I mean, alternatively, S2 is, like, the funniest spawn camp of all time. Imagine enemy walks out the door, just immediately gets pulled into the hole. It's like, what?
Huh.
The way I'm looking at this operator, I feel like if you were, just some advice, just some overall advice, like, I think you had a concept going here where, like, you have beefier allies to block for you, and you do the damage, and you're buffing them, right? And then S3's concept of, like, counterattack things that are blocked, like, I don't dislike that overall concept. I think that's actually pretty cool if you went for, like, a defensive one, that your op is the one that's, like, counterattacking behind and whatnot.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty interesting concept. But when you throw in S1 and S2, I just get confused more than anything else. I'm like, wait, okay, so S3 actually seemed balanced and interesting. Like, this is actually a pretty cool, like...
Yeah.
you know,
Like, I feel
CC
like-
reflect deal.
I feel like the talents are a little lacking in identity, but overall, skill 3 still seems to try to meet them and, like, match that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm not gonna do that, because skill 1 and 2 do completely their own thing and are insane.
Like, I think if your talents opted, like, I think talent 1 and 2, I think if you change your talent 2 to opt for something more defensive, and then we're not gonna talk about skill 1 and skill 2 because I just don't know where those are coming from. But if you're going for like an overall identity for your operator, I guess like my recommendation would be like, you know, have the S2 or have the talent 2 be more defensive oriented, and then build stuff more around, you know, doing this like counterattack kind of deal. I think that'd be a pretty cool way to go about it. Again, I don't know exactly, you know, how you would necessarily go about it, but it'd be a different aspect to build around, as opposed to, because S3, Talent 1, and Talent 2 have an identity, and then S1 and S2, I'm just like, wait, hold on, you lost me now.
I think I'd also just try to focus it more, because this op has so many things. We have attack, defense, HP, attack speed, SP buffs. We have shelter. We have attacking air for anyone. We have slows, silences, binds, pulls, frightens. And we have hitting people against terrain. I think I covered everything. That's just a lot of different effects, and it's...
I think you actually might have hit all the ones except fear and freeze.
Oh, wait, there's a fear and a freeze?
No, I'm saying I think Chen hit all the
Okay.
except the fear and a freeze at this point.
Like,
Hey,
this just
at
has
least there's
so
no
many...
elemental damage, am I right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, there's so many one-off instances of mechanics being thrown around that I don't really get, like, a feeling for, like, what this operator's identity really is, right?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the identity that I'm seeing right now is straight up just, you use S1 and you just have Ak but better in every single way. You just have Ak S3, but, like, better. And I'm like, in what situation am I not using S1 or S2? Like, I just don't see a point in using S3 when S1 and S2 exist. Or if I try to pretend S1 and S2 don't exist, S3 looks interesting, but then Talent 2 just kind of hits everything. So I'm just like...
Yeah.
Alright, well, let's go on to lore. Also, I don't know why the margin on the lore is a little wonky, but bear with me. Yeah, like, I don't know, this was certainly a little confusing from a skills POV.
Okay, I'm ready for page 2.
Same here.
Alright. Oh yeah, Chen, did you have anyone that you had in mind for doing the voices, or were you just kind of like free for all? While we're reading lore. So I'm ready to go on to page 2 when y'all are.
Yep.
I am as well.
Or sorry, not page 2, voice lines.
I am as well.
Alright. So Chen, did you have anyone in mind for voices? Otherwise, I'm just gonna throw Boop under the bus and see what happens.
That's fine by me. I'll just be edgy Mr. Grandpa.
Go, Grandpa, go.
Yippee.
This pale voice. Alright. I got you. Let me take some water first.
Water is good. Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. This is a threat. It is not very common of me agreeing to this kind of opportunity from the outside. But, due to my lord's agreement with your cooperation, I wouldn't mind being one of your temporary operators. I don't need any one of you to call me by a fake name or a childish code name. You may only call me by my own name.
Kuroyama. Life and death is nothing more but a mere facade. Even with this unknown condition I have as an infected, that doesn't mean I cannot act accordingly. With my lord giving me the mask of his own volition, I swore to prove my utmost gratitude and loyalty to him. If anything happened to me, I will never let go of this mask, and will never stop fulfilling my lord's wishes till death set us apart. And you, Doctor, will be my witness for what I can do to help, what you need for my people. Interested about my whip blade? Come outside, see what this blade is all about. No need for me to be a commander for the time being. If this is what my lord wants, so be it. I can assure you that you won't be disappointed with what I am capable of.
Alright. Let's get ready to do points.
I'll start, as is tradition at this point.
As is tradition.
As is tradition. I didn't like the lore. I think the lore was less than basic in the sense of it started out basic and then we didn't get anything. So I'll give it a 1. For the cohesion and integration, I don't think this operator has an identity at all other than just buffing, right? Which is fine, but it just doesn't gel well with one another except for skill 3 and the 2 talents, right? It feels like this operator is okay, I want this operator but better. I want this other operator but better. I also want this other operator but better, and then you just mash them all together. So I'll give cohesion and integration a 0.2.
Alright.
For balance, this operator is completely overpowered for skill 1 and skill 2. I would say skill 3 is actually fine in terms of its balance. I'll give balance a 0.8.
0.8. Right.
And as for the kit, I would say it's fresh. It's definitely something we haven't seen before, but it's also very what do you call it? Jacked up, if that makes sense. It feels very overloaded. So I'll give the kit a 1.
Alright, so that's a 3 from Boop overall.
Alright. Let's see. I guess for lore, I think it was pretty basic. I think it didn't do too much, but also I don't think there was really a lot that, like, actively didn't align with, you know, the setting or what we saw from the skills or anything. It wasn't, like, contradicting itself. So I'll give it, like, a 1.3. For cohesion and integration, I think there was very little focus about what any parts of the kit wanted to be doing for the most part. And I think I couldn't really see most of what it was doing actually being in the game, and it didn't really reflect, like, anything that we saw in terms of, like, lore or anything. So I think I'll give it, I'll give it, like, a 0.4. For the kit, I think it felt a little too much to really feel like it was an instructor, like, from what we've come to expect from the subclass. And I think it really just comes down to, like, what broken effects do you want to use, and kind of, I don't know how much, like, I'd want to use it. Like, it doesn't really seem to do anything too interesting outside of just being kind of broken. Like, it's basically just having a free IS relic. that you can bring to any stage with that S1 in particular. So I think I'll give Kit, I'll give it like a 0.3. Balance, I think it is very overpowered, and I think even just the internal balance is really bad, and particularly it's in favor of the skills that don't attempt to match the identity that the talents were giving. So I think for balance, I'll give it a I mean, I guess the parts that were trying to do what it wanted to do weren't too bad, so I think I'll give it a 0.6.
0.6, so it's a 2.6 from Spipley. Oh no, Spipley is now the harshest one.
No.
You got
Damn.
it now, Spipley. Alright. On my end, let's see. Lore-wise, I mean, it's there. It's there. Like, there's gaps in it. There's, like, I don't think it's necessarily bad. I just think there's holes in it, but it satisfies the requirement of lore and a personality. So I will give you a 1.5. Partially because, again, it's there. Is it anything beyond that? Absolutely not, but it's there. The kit, well, I'm not going to say that you don't have a unique kit, because it's simultaneously unique and not unique at the same time. It's unique because I ain't never seen anything like this in AK before. It's also not unique because, well, this is just like various different other operators, but better. But only one part of that operator, so I'm like, So, is it interesting? Yes. But if we're talking about, like, am I okay with it? Probably not, because the kit as a whole, like, the kit and cohesion are probably just gonna kind of mix together a little bit here. It just kind of feels all over the place. So, I'll give you half a point on kit and half a point on cohesion for 1 point overall for both of those. And then for the balance, 1 and 2 are just wildly broken. 3 is fine, actually. As far as I can tell, 3's like fine enough. Like, 3 actually seems fine. 1 and 2? Nuh-uh. And then also talent 2. Like, you have like one balancing out of a few things that are very not balanced. So I'm like, no, that doesn't. No, we need more of a focus, and you know, kind of get a better read on what operators do what, so that way you can get a better idea of what balances where. So, again, I think just keep at it. Like you were kind of onto something with the S3, and kind of the talent 2, with maybe a little bit of talent 1 mix it. Like you were onto something. I think if you just focused your the identity of the operator a little more, I think you're onto something. Like, this is not, like, yes, in the current state, we're looking at this like, what the hell am I looking at? But that's not to say that you're not onto something. Like, I think this is a good building block for, like, a future operator. Or, like, you know, maybe you revamp or something like that. Like, it's a good building block, I would say. That being said, though, I'm still not going to score that high. I'm still going to give this, like, a 0.5, so I'll give, like, a flat 3 overall, but... You're saying Spipley?
Yeah, I think an instructor that kind of specializes on, you know, buffing allies that are blocking things, I think is, like, pretty interesting and would be fitting for the subclass, like, if you were to build off of that.
Yeah, like, I think it's a good, like, you have a good building block. Like, genuinely, I think you have a good building block. It's just a question of giving them their own identity, and, you know, just look a little more into some operators, be like, oh, okay, this one shouldn't be, you know, this shouldn't be this one, or this is like a little too far on that end, or something like that. It's just what it boils down to, I would say. Just like a little more research on other operators, and then, again, just a more focused identity. I think you could do again, you're onto something. And follow that along, I would say. Alright. Next operator I'm cooked, I'm seeing in chat. I believe that's Hyper. So, on God, Hyper, if you made something, on God, if you made another troll up,
Oh.
I swear to God.
New archetype.
I will say we have like no instructors in the game in terms of variety. Like all of the instructors we have are really old at this point.
Yeah,
Like Bryophyta is our newest one, and he came out a while ago.
and he's doing his best at this point. Like he really is kind of coping at his best right now at this point.
6-star control caster. Have we seen this before?
I'm pretty sure
I feel
Control
like
Caster
that's
is a
a-
custom archetype. I don't know if this was in, but all right.
Knight's Mora is neat.
Knight's Mora.
Very
Lana
neat.
Tuga's gonna have a friend. I love that horse.
Cool.
I love that horse. That horse
She's
is so much
great.
fun.
Except for
I'm
Cosmos.
going off of what I have on the form because I don't think I got a DM asking for any particular change. So
Mhm.
yeah, I am
Might
going
be
off
the-
of what I have on the form here. Hyper. So yeah, what I see on the form is what I'm operating off of right now because I don't have any DMs asking for changes, unfortunately. So yeah. 6-star is your favorite class? Oh, whoops.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh, that explains it. Whoops, that explains a lot. I was like, I got so confused. I'm like, oh, okay, it's caster. I mean, it's got control caster. Look, the caster's already in there. Right? It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
On the next page. Don't worry about it. Nothing bad ever happened ever. Has a summon that moves and attacks, and so you have a Lap Alt Wolf,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
you have to put the summon down to gain SP. So kind of like Cal.
So it's a little bit like if the tactician had a lap wolf.
Kind of.
This
yeah.
is a very big attack range, though. I don't like
It
it.
is.
Because
It's like
casters
wandering-
generally do arts damage. So assuming the summon also does arts damage, I would rather the range be just slightly small. Just trim out the edges. You don't need the 3 tiles on the edges on both sides.
I would say let's see what happens before we say
Yeah.
what's going on with that,
Yeah,
because
fair
Like, it
enough.
could also have like a really low attack or something
Yeah,
too. For
like-
all we know.
let's
Fair
see what
enough.
happens first. I mean, the attack isn't.
Never mind.
I mean, it's lower than what I thought it might have been, so that's something, I suppose.
But it's still a pretty big attack with a decent attack interval.
Yeah, because
Yep.
mega chords are like 400 or something, right?
Yeah.
Let me check. Golden Glow. Because I have not leveled my Lapland yet.
Like
Golden
it's,
Glow at
wondering-
P6 level 90 is 416.
you have 26 DP cost. That's pretty expensive. It's cheaper than
It is
Chaincaster
really
and Slash.
expensive.
So like
Chain-
basically,
Wait. Chaincasters are 30 though.
Yeah.
yeah, basically what I'm seeing from this is you have more flexibility. We'll see if there's AoE or if there's single target. But AoE, like Splashcaster and Chain, they have either multi-hit or AoE. This one, if they have single target, I'm more okay with them having a bigger range. Because, like, you have a wider range of hit a single thing, and it depends on, like, you know, because they... Hold on, let me go back to the trait for a second, because I have to figure this out.
Yeah, because I'm
you
under
have
the
that
assumption I'm under the assumption that the summon has a different attack than, like, when I say a different attack, a separate attack than the operator themselves, kind of like a mecha core.
I would believe so. I would
Yeah,
believe
maybe.
so. Yeah, we have summon stats.
Mhm. Do we have some? Okay.
Yeah, we'll have summon stats. We'll do talents potentials first, and then I think I have summon stats after that. So you summon a spirit on deploy. You can only have one spirit. You can only have one present, and your spirit has 2 forms. Cannot switch form. Okay, so you basically choose the form of your spirit, and then if your spirit dies, you stop for 10 seconds. Okay, yeah, you just straight up stop for 10 seconds. If you get stunned, then you have to... It stops the chat. Does it reset it or does it just stop it? Because interrupt, it can pause it or it resets it. That's two different things. Reset? Okay. And then if the spirit is defeated or retreated, they gain 7 SP and a barrier equal to 50% max HP. Okay, I'm okay with these talents. I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
you pick a form, and then whatever you choose, you're stuck with that for the rest of that deployment, basically. Unless you retreat your operator entirely, and then that's how you can switch forms. I'm okay with that.
The
Yeah, I
summon
think
can
most
be
of them
attacked,
just
which is
that.
interesting.
That's what summon stats are for. So you have the
There we
mountain
go.
form, and then you have, I believe the other one is a river. Yeah, you have a mountain and a river. So this one only attacks blocked enemies, and will attempt to block enemies and take aggro. I'm not entirely sure how well that would work in AK, but
Does that mean like it takes over a block, or does it have increased aggro, like targeting prio?
the way that I'm seeing this is, if the enemy is not blocked, they'll attempt to block, and then it says, let's see, if there's an operator 1 block or above within attack range, mounts will move in front of said operator. So basically, if they're currently blocked, they'll move to the tile, I believe, like directly in front of that operator, so that should anything happen to the operator that is currently blocking, the spirit will take over with the blocking.
Unless you're blocking from the sides or behind.
Yeah. That's the way I'm kind of trying to figure out how it works. Because
Okay.
take over. I'm not. See, here's the thing. Like with taking aggro, once something is blocked, as far as I could tell, the only way to shift aggro is if the operator currently blocking drops the 0 block for any reason, whether that's stun, skill, etc. That's the only way you can stop blocking an operator, or you retreat them or they die. Like there's no block shifting, if that makes, like, you can't shift aggro over for block purposes. That's really my only concern with this for like going into Arknights purposes.
I think it's also the summon is basically completely irrelevant in terms of damage.
Oh yeah, no, this is not new.
It is a pitiful amount of physical damage only on blocked enemies.
It is a pickle cannon at best.
I also feel like the summon would die really fast.
I mean, 5
Yeah,
defense, 5
it's fairly
res.
squishy.
That being said, conceptually, I don't mind. Like, I think conceptually this is a neat idea. I just think that I think just trying to integrate this into AK with at least the aggro shifting part of blocking enemies gets a little wonky. That's really my only question, I would say. I think the rest of it is fine. Granted,
I
they can't
think we
heal.
don't necessarily have the technology this time around.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the technology. I guess we'll see what happens with skills and whatnot. We also have a river form, so reminder, second form.
Okay, this one's much better for damage.
This is a ranged mode, and this is... Okay, so Spirit moves behind the operator, and this one avoids block and does range damage.
Okay.
Okay. I like how the ranged one has more resistance than the supposed takey one.
No, they're both 5. Oh,
No,
wait,
it's
no.
5 and 10, and I'm
the
like,
range,
what?
That's why.
Yeah, this one does arts though, so...
Yeah,
But I was
yeah.
like, why does this one have more resistance if it's not takey? But fair enough, that's just me quibbling.
Right, most casters usually have a higher res than non-casters, so
also
that checks
fair.
out.
Also fair. Let's see if the skills do anything for these. Ah, I see we've hit Yu-Gi-Oh levels of we have to have conditionals depending on what you have, but it's at least it's okay right now. So you immediately... Okay, so it's an instant summon on a pretty short SP cost, and then you do a chant. Okay, so that's how you do heals. So that's how you heal your spirits. Okay. Let's see. So the mountain negates... Oh, your spirits have skills too.
Yes.
Well,
I would assume so.
Yeah, your spirit... Well,
I
I'm
think,
looking at
okay,
it right
I
now.
will say, I think we do have the technology for that one because of Mulesies.
a degree, yeah, because the summon you can activate the skill from the
Yeah.
attack point. So yeah, you can make it work.
It's a little odd in
But-
that it's just a lot, or I guess it's also similar to Stainless, I guess.
The issue with it is that this isn't something that's on a deployable tile. Like, it's not locked onto a tile, though. So would you have to press
What?
the tile you deployed them on originally to activate the skill, or would you have to tap them where they currently are?
Well, it's not a problem right now because it's automatic activation.
Fair enough.
So
True.
you're good to go.
Is the second one though? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
It seems like they might all be
Double
auto.
check the third one. Third one
Hyper might
is
have plans
auto.
for that.
Yeah, third one is also auto, it appears.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yep, auto
Wait, it
activation.
says
Yeah.
no. It says
Auto.
manual activation for skill 3, though.
No, that's the operator's
operator.
skill. The operator and the summons have separate
right.
skills.
Okay.
Grandpa, do we need to get you your glasses?
I'm wearing my glasses already.
Do we have to get an extra one to like zoom in?
I have my spare somewhere. Also, my eyesight just sucks, so there's
Also
that.
understandable.
And-
Okay, I think Spirit Mechanic's actually pretty nifty then. For S1, you have either you tank a shot, you basically have a free tank. By negate next attack, I'm just gonna chalk that up as gain a shield.
Probably, yeah.
I'm just gonna work off of you gain a shield and you can't have more than one shield because AK as a whole doesn't really have like a Yu-Gi-Oh, esque trap card of negate attack.
We do have dodge the next attack.
We do have that. Like, I'm just gonna functionally assume that it's either a dodge the next attack or you just shield tank the next attack. Kind of like medicine sticks or something, where you just bonk and you're like, alright. And then the river one just does an extra bit of damage. Okay, see, at least on S1, I'm okay with that big ass range then. I'm totally okay with that. You have a wider attack range, but you yourself aren't doing bonus damage. It's your summons that are doing more damage.
Mm-hmm.
See what S2 does. S2 is, so it's again, it's an instant summon. Okay, never mind, there's your damage. Okay, never mind, there's your damage. Alright. So you heal based on damage dealt, and then you get SP for enemy killed. Your spirit gets 2 SP.
That seems really good. Honestly, I feel like that seems really good. It's just like a damage skill even without the summons.
It's 20 SP cost.
Especially because like it's in theory you can kill 16 enemies with this. So
Granted, they'd have to be like super weak.
for sure. I'm just saying, like
Yeah.
the potential to fully refund itself is definitely there.
It's there. I don't think the damage is super high though. It's 3.
Yeah, it's not super high, but it's like it feels like in terms of like a nuke, I feel like what is that? 1400% attack as arts that's pretty solid, for a 20-second cooldown. But then it also turns into like a hyper mob clearing skill, especially because like if you imagine like the 1IS5 stage, I forget the name of, where it has like the 5 wide lane. You drop this operator in the middle, you clear the stage by just spamming S2.
Let's see. Spirit skills.
Yeah.
You have a stun of all the blocked enemies, so you're only able to stun 2 enemies then, because your Mountain Spirit is 2 block. And then after it ends, you deal 40% attack as Fizz. Oh, honestly, that's fine. That's actually totally fine. It's a short stun and then a Fizz damage off of like a pretty low Fizz damage. 50-second turret. I'm gonna assume... I'm gonna operate off the fact that duration should not be 15 seconds for S2, just because it doesn't make sense for it. Let me double check that I didn't accidentally... Oh, never mind, it's instant. That explains it. I typed it wrong. That's my beat. That's my beat. My beat. It's okay, it's instant. It's instant. Copying error. Yep, copying error. Mild oopsies. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. The oopsie, that was past me. The bean. You see, when you're a bean, you don't really have that many like fingies to type with. Like, you imagine trying to type a little bean pause. You end up hitting some You end up hitting things by accident sometimes, like a little bean pause. You're like, eh.
Are you suggesting that beans have flaws because they can't type?
Well, I mean, they're
No,
not
they
supposed
just-
to type. Someone else is supposed to type for them. You're telling me
They
you
just
make the
don't have
bean do work?
opposable thumbs, okay? They can't
Okay,
use
okay.
home row properly.
You're telling me you try to make the bean do work? Nah, you're not gonna make the bean do work. The bean has done nothing wrong. But anywho,
I think we're good for skill 3.
yeah, I think skill 2 is fine for the River Spirit one too. It's like, it's kind of like a whatchamacallit. It's like a Dollkeeper slow. Wait, actually, minus 60% movement speed is actually a really good slow.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
Wow. Skill 2 seems good to me. Like, it's not like crazy, but it seems pretty darn strong.
Hold on, let me just double check. The only question I have for... Actually, hold on. I just realized, I'm assuming...
No,
these are
it's auto, so you don't give yourself carpal
no,
tunnel.
no, I'm saying it's... What's the regeneration? I'm assuming it's just automatic regen. For the SP regen. So I realized for S2, I'm not seeing SP regen types. Because we have defensive recovery for Mountain Spirit and River Spirit for S1. I'm assuming that if it's not listed, then it's just automatic recovery.
Probably auto.
Yeah, I'm just going to chalk it up to auto recovery then. Because I'm like, if I don't see it, I'm just going to default to the most basic one, which is it charged by exist. If I don't see anything else. Alright, so what do we got for 3? We have a summon. So okay, so I like just the... Alright, screw it, we'll just summon it. We're making sure you have a summon. So you just stop attacking. And you have a full res for said spirit. Okay, so you
Okay, it'll change the form.
So S3 is how you change the form then. You activate your... So they activate their... So spirit activates the skill. Enemies within their range, when attacked, have a 15% chance to receive.
I do not like that effect, I think.
It's just... From both an R and, like, the damage isn't that much, but it's just like... I don't know if that's necessary.
Especially, I think if you have, like... I feel like if you throw, like, a moderately fast attacking up, that's, like, pretty easy, probably, to effectively perma-fear for 40 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think I'm okay with that specific part.
You have
of the
4
S3.
seconds for them to reach their original position, assuming they walk backwards, which if you throw, like, a marksman or something at them, that's, like...
Yeah, it's a little...
very high CC potential that nothing is immune to.
Mm-hmm. And then you have, let's see, you have a Chungus Mountain Spirit now. As in block 4, they are now double wide, or triple wide. They do reflect. They block it. Okay, so basically, okay, so they just... I'm assuming the block projectile is just flavor text, as in it reduces projectile damage by 50%, so range damage by 50%. And then
Yeah, it seems so.
spirit locks in the same directions where Odion is facing. Okay.
Well, I do think there is a difference between projectile and, like, attacks, like, damage going through the thing. Like,
that's
if
true,
something
yeah.
shoots a projectile, as opposed to if it just makes an operator take damage.
Yeah, I think functionally, if it works like if Logos S3 slows it, then it gets intercepted.
Yeah.
I'm just operating off of Logos S3 logic then with projectiles. So okay, I think it's fine. I mean, you just have a Chungus. You just have a big old blocking Chungus. I'm okay with that.
Oh, okay. One thing is, how does the extended block range work if an operator is in the extended range?
That
Who
is a
blocks
good
it?
question. I'm assuming Mountain does, just based on the summon stat logic, where they're trying to block enemies and take aggro.
Yeah.
So I'm operating off the I'm gonna operate off the assumption that the Mountain Spirit will prioritize block unless it's maxed out on block count. In which case, then whoever's there takes the block, I guess. Again, it's a little wonky from just I don't know if
Yeah.
we have the tech to put that in the game. If anything else, I think it's a cool concept. It's just whether or not it'll work in AK, that's a technological limitation that you will still get dinged for, because we're just not sure if it's doable yet, as in we haven't seen it, so that's really the only limitation I'm seeing with the Mountain Spirit section, at least. What about, let's see, so it's 20... Oh, so basically every 25 seconds, you have 20 seconds to return to Chungus mode. Okay. And then the river one is attack boost. Oh, so you heal now. Every second. You have 20 seconds of 50%. What's the stat on the river spirit? That's 700 something heals every second. For 20 seconds on auto. And then you also apply 25% fragile on enemies.
Yeah.
And then you do a follow-up that... I'm assuming the attack does damage, and then it also does a 40% slow.
That seems like very strong healing.
I think... To me, it's the heals feel a little... That's 7... Like 750.
Especially because isn't the average medic attack speed like 3 seconds or something?
Good question. I don't use high ground medics because I don't have, the only high ground medic, quote unquote, I have is Reed Alter. And, well, she has to kill things to heal.
What's Susuro's attack speed? Let's see.
Aya Berries is 2.85.
2.85 for single target medic.
For single target or 24. So if we're talking about
Every medic except for the harm assist medics, all medics have 2.85 attack speed.
Yeah. Nightingale's 350 for her attack. And that's 2.85. This is about 700 every second? So
yeah, that is a lot
a
of healing.
Wait, what do you mean Nightingale has 3.5? What?
No, 2.85 seconds, 350 attack.
Oh, okay. I got confused. I'm like,
I mean, on skill, it probably goes a little higher, but...
And this is a true AoE in a therapist range.
Also, not to mention, there's no limit on allies. You heal every single ally in range. So if you have, like, all your operators in that range, they will all not die, I think.
Also, I think this doesn't seem like it... You still get your attacks during this, too, so you're still doing damage with it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm okay with the heal with everything else. I don't think I'm okay with that. Because, what does Tylo go... What does Tylo's go down to? Tylo's looks like hers goes down to, like, what, 0.7 seconds
pretty low,
per attack?
but... This seems very much like Saria S3.
Yeah, but on steroids.
You get a lot of healing, and you get potential damage, damage increase. You get a slow. You just also get some of your own damage on top of it.
Tylo heals 600 seconds? Okay.
It's a little bit of a lower duration, but also like half the cooldown.
Because this is almost... It's 578, so it's like... You're talking like 7... Well, more than 750. You're probably talking like 800-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, 867 a second. No, because it's... No, Scavi, it's the attack plus 50%, so it's 1.5 times 578. So
Plus,
you're spiking
Kilo's
to like
range is a lot more
plus.
limited, and she
Yeah.
only gets 3 operators at once.
Yeah, you're talking about... We're talking like 860... I think 867 if I'm doing my math right. That's 867 every second. No, you're saying plus 50%. That's increasing the attack by 50% of its current attack.
Oh my god.
I think what Hyper was they're trying to do is the pulse is 50%. Oh no. I think I know what you're trying to do. I think I understand what you're trying to go for.
So it seems like it was trying to be more like a pure stream.
You were trying to say
But it didn't do that.
you were trying to say your attack is halved and then you get heal every second. I think is what you're trying to go for.
Oh,
Unfortunately, with the way it's written, it's plus 50. So basically, you added 50% of 578 to 578. I believe you may have done what we call a, well, on the other hand, Lasat has a friend, I guess, with with the accidental medivac now. You may or may not have accidentally made a medivac. Just because this is pretty unambiguous. This is very unambiguous with the writing. Like, there's no way that I can, in the spirit of fairness, because everything else so far, like, if the number reads like that, we have read it like that. Like, in the spirit of fairness, we can't adjust it to the intention in this particular case, just because again, it's the way we've read it so far. I think I get what you're trying to go for, though. I get what you're trying to go for. I'll give you credit for that. What I do, in my judging at least, I'll give you a little bit of credit for like the creativity aspect, but on the balance aspect, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, again, you have people to double check. You can ask people to double check and everything. It's the resources are there. So, unfortunately, we'll have to take it as is, but I see what you're going for, and if it was what you were going for, I would be way more okay with this.
Yeah, I can't give you a pass on this one, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But conceptually, now that I understand what you're trying to do, I like it. I like the idea now. I like the idea because, well, let's just say 250, like roughly 300 heals versus, you know.
And that's still pretty good for the record.
Yeah, but it's not.
This would be strong at 50% attack.
Yeah, at half attack, it would be strong, but it wouldn't be 867. While
Now you're basically immortal as long as you don't get one shot.
You are immortal for 20 seconds. Every 25 seconds, everyone in range has functional immortality unless you get one shot, which is yeah. It's,
also
scary.
interesting is the fragile and slow will last outside of the range. Like if you tag someone once, even if they leave range, they still have the effect.
That is what it sounds like. Yep. As long as they're in range to get tagged, they can only get. Looks like they can only get tagged within range, but once they leave it, yeah.
Yeah.
Granted, the range is big enough. From like probably a pretty rare.
It probably doesn't
situation where they
matter.
walk out of the range, but yeah.
But worth noting.
Yeah, worth noting. I will say I like creativity. I genuinely do like the creativity here. Most of my questions just revolve around how the heck do you make this work with what we have in game? That's like most of my questions, but let's go on to lore. Alrighty. Oh yeah, by the way, Hyper, did you have anyone you wanted to read voice lines while we're looking through lore? Also, judges, let me know when you're ready to go on to the next lore page.
Still reading. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm ready for the next page.
Alrighty.
Okay, yeah, we can go.
Specific request is anyone that can do not Nanatuya's accent.
Okay, not me. Cool.
I don't think any of us can do Nanatuya's accent. I'm not Mongolian. Sia-chan, thank you for your submission. Again, good work. Just good building block. Good building block. Some work to be done. So are knights more just like... Are they just canonically thieves now?
Apparently, at least according to this.
Like Nanatuya is like a treasure, but she like, you know, goes around going yoink. Oh, but also Nanatuya is just an absolute girl failure, and I love her for it.
She's great. It's like a golden retriever.
Kind of, but like more
Except
silly.
the horse.
All right, let me know when y'all are ready to go to voice lines.
I am ready.
Right, I'm gonna be
I'm ready.
honest. I don't think I could do a Mongolian. I don't think I could do Mongolian. I'm gonna be real. Like,
Well, too bad. I'm throwing you under the bus.
it's like I'll read the lines. I just don't know if I
It's
can
hard
do
to
it not a
decide if
Tuya
it's you.
accent. My best impression of Mongolian is just like shitty Russian accent. Is there a reason for me to wear a mask? Take a guess. I think it has a meaning for us spiritualists. Nice guess, but nah, I think it looks cool. Want me to get you one too? It will cost you though. Oh, wanna try having a chat with the spirits? What, you're scared? It's not like they're gonna curse you or anything. So what did you call me here for? There has been a report about me. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Huh? My pay is going to be cut if I don't admit it? Wait, I'll return back the money I stole. Just don't reduce my salary. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I was running out of money for booze. So you're the doctor. I'm Oyun, here to work out my debt for Rhodes Island. How did I manage to get the debt? It's best you don't know. You guys shut up. I'm trying to sleep here. A pretty fun personality, I will say.
I like the idol. The idol's
And
funny.
it's like, God, I like the personality here. It's just, I've been Rhodes. Well, I may or may not have yoinked stuff from the wrong person. Oops. Like that's the.
Okay.
I may or may not have stolen stuff. Alrighty, let's go on to points. Alright. Who would like to lead us off?
I'll lead us off.
Go forth.
Lore's cool. I'll give it a 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, let me bump that up to 1.8 because the character was refreshing. For cohesion integration, I do like the how the what do you call it? The operator has their own identity and it's stuck with that. As to how what do you call it? How cohesive it is with each other, I don't think it really does that. It's more like they don't really interact with each other, right? Except for skill 3 from what I can see. And or unless I missed something. So I'll give cohesion and integration a 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
I think you met the mark. For balance, I think the balance is okay. I do think it is overpowered at certain places, and then of course there's the skill 3 thing. So I'll give balance a 1.4. It just needs a little bit of tweaking. And as for the kit, it just feels like this is a summoner with extra steps. Granted, yes, it's a new archetype. It does different. It's not exactly a summoner, but that's what it feels like. It's a summoner with extra steps. So I'll give the kit it a 2 because it is different. It is new, and it is nice.
So 6.7 from Booth. Alrighty. Spipley, you want next or you want me to go next?
Spipley has stepped away for a moment.
Ah, okay, in that case I shall go next. Alright. I'll start off with the lore. I like her personality. On the other hand, I swear to God, if you guys continue to make every single Knight's War just a thief of some kind, just like, they will all be thieves. It's like, yeah, I know they're all on their conquest, but it's like, they don't necessarily all have to be thieves. But I like the personality you gave her. I like the personality. She's like, kind of whimsical, kind of doing her thing, but she's like, oh crap, I pay. I'm like, yeah, I can respect that. I can respect that. I like the personality. I'll give it a 2. Like, I like what you did here. For the kit itself, I do agree that it does feel a bit like Summoner with extra step. Like, outside of S2, like, I can't really see too much of the caster part, if that makes sense. Like, more often than not, casters have their own individual skill identity. Like, they do their own skill. Like, I feel like this might have been better classed as a new supporter archetype as opposed to a caster archetype, like a new summoner. But again, given what you're trying to do and what you're trying to work with, like, it works. I just don't know if this necessarily screams summoner at me, I guess, is my biggest question mark. But overall, I like the creativity. I like what you're trying to do here. So yeah, I'll give your kit like a 1.7. I think you went a little bit above the mark. As for the integration, here's where I have some questions. Like, the cohesiveness, yes, you're basically working all around your summons, right? That's basically what you're working around, and all your skills revolve around, you know, get the summon in, and then either keep them alive or try to do some damage here and there, right? But for the most part, they're kind of working, again, you're working around the summon. This is basically all working around the summons. That's, I guess, the cohesion, which is why I feel like it leans more towards summoner as opposed to caster for cohesion. And then for integration into the game, I have questions with the whole, like, I'm not sure if we have the technology at the moment to, like, directly take block aggro. I don't know about that. We have taunt, right, which can take range aggro, but I don't know if we have the tech to take melee aggro at the moment. So I think that falls actually a bit short of the mark for integration, as in I don't think it's possible in AK at this current time. So I'm going to give you like a 1.4 on that, because like everything else is fine and, you know, it works well, it works together with itself, but that part is like I can't give it a baseline score if I don't think I can put it into the game as is. Balance wise, I think balance is, if I'm disregarding the River Spirit part of skill 3, the balance is mostly fine. But because I have to take in that S3 into account, it's no longer balanced, because yes, I would like immortality for 20 seconds every 25 seconds, please. Yes, I have no reason to use any other skill if I just want functional immortality that entire time. Granted, you know, they have to change it to another form, so it's like, you know, I get that too as well, I suppose, but actually no, you can just leave it. You don't even have to activate skill 3. You just wait 25 seconds, you get functional immortality. You don't even need to activate skill 3. So, I'm like, yeah, the skill, basically, it just comes down to skill 3. So, I will give this a baseline of 1.5. Just credit for where credit's due and minus points for where minus credit is due. So 6.6 for me. I will hope that Spipley is back.
I am, yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Go
So I think
Spipley.
Overall, I think there is a lot of stuff I like going on here, but I think a lot of it also is a little canceled out by some stuff. So I think I'll start with lore. First of all, I thought it was fun. I think the vibes are, you know, cool. You know, I think the personality is good and all that stuff. But I think a couple things is, one, I think when it comes to, like, you know, the spiritualist bloodline kind of thing, I think it's a little weird to be throwing in a special bloodline on top of a special bloodline, which is already the Knights Mora. I think that's a little odd. And then, while I do like the personality and stuff, and I think it comes across really well, it feels just a bit too similar to Narantuya for me, where it's like we already only have the one Knights Mora operator who's kind of like a silly failure of a thief, and now we have that again. But that said, I do think it comes across well, and I do think, you know, a lot of stuff is good. So I think the good will balance out the bad, and I'm gonna give it a 1.5.
Alrighty.
Cohesion and integration. I think the cohesion's fairly good. In particular, I think you know, I like how each skill, you know, still makes each spirit, you know, feel kind of unique to what its role is supposed to be. But I do think the integration, I think, really suffers. There's a lot of mechanical questions and, like, would this really work on, I think, several levels here. So I think, due to the integration issues, I think I'll give it a 1.3.
Alrighty.
Let's see. I think for balance, I think skill 1 and skill 2, I think are pretty well balanced. Skill 3, I think has some pretty serious issues. Both the healing thing that's been brought up, but I also think the potential for mass, potentially permanent fear for 40 seconds is potentially just way too cheesable. I'm not really a fan of having like super easy to fulfill or completely non-conditional hard crowd control that basically nothing is immune to, kind of like Shu. So I think that does drag it down, but I think everything else seems pretty reasonable. So I think I'll still give it a 1.7. Then in terms of the kit, overall, I think it's a pretty cool kit with a lot of interesting stuff going on, and integration issues aside, you know, it brings interesting new mechanical ideas to the game. I think my biggest issue with it is I think the spirits are just a little too hands-off for me. Like, you don't activate your skills, you don't really control, like, they kind of just do their own thing. So it's a little like a summoner in that you have to summon and stuff, but also you don't get to control it as much. You can't, like, do weird things, like deploy it across the map or whatever. So I do think that is a bit of a shame, but overall, I still like a lot of the ideas going on. So I'll give it a 1.9.
1.9, so 6.4 from Swiftly. Swiftly is the most harsh again. Haha.
I'm being mean tonight, apparently.
Swiftly like, I was too nice yesterday. I gotta compensate that by being mean today. But yeah, I think this is a good building block. This is like a pretty good building block with what you're going for here. Alrighty. So this means I have to do some scooching around. Alright, we're good. Right. Let me clear out these scores. Next up will be Bull. Hopefully you're ready, Bull. Or you're not, in which case good luck, but... Ta-da! Ta-da! Alright, what do we have here? One more Elven intended, there we go. What do we have here? We have a single target
What
medic.
rarity is this?
6-star.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, wow, a Victorian cat. We've never seen this before.
Could be anyone's Victorian cat.
Okay. Originium arts assimilation flawed. Okay.
The single target, it's a Victorian cat. Victorian. So many Victorian cats.
Curious.
Can we just stop? Can we like have a brief pause on the amount of
Wow,
cats we get in Arknights?
another yeah, there's a lot of felines in Arknights.
Can you like stop getting cats in Arknights just for a little bit, just to get any?
No,
else?
we must have more cat girls. What you
get-
don't
What about cat
understand.
boys?
Yeah, 2 cats in Sargon event. Take it or leave it.
You punching air. But a medic, yeah, a medic. It is still called a medic, right? In game.
Yes. Yes, it is.
The only single 6-star single, like, technically Cal is a single target medic, but she kind of isn't at the same time. So
From what I remember, they did an interview where it's just like, yeah, Cal will be the only medic of her kind to have the extra range.
yeah.
So attack is pretty low, because it's a little lower than Shining, and it doesn't have any trust benefits. Significantly higher HP. Oh, okay, that's including trust. Okay. So, yeah, accounting for the trust, it's about 300 higher, so it's basically the trust.
So like standard variations then, nothing too.
Yeah.
Right, we're like Rad though. This is a cat boy.
The defense is pretty high though.
Wait, just to double check, there's a single. Okay, there's a single target.
Yep, medic,
Okay.
medic.
Yeah, I think the defense is actually higher than Shining's if you account for her talent on herself.
Huh.
Which
Because
is
it's
kind of nuts.
65. How much defense does this have? Yeah, it's higher than
39.
Shining with your talent. So that's
Wow, Shining power creep again, bro. Shining has been beaten up so badly.
Mid. She's near 1. You kind of figure power creep's gonna happen.
Yeah, but not like base stat power creep. Come on.
Oh, it has this one also has a summon.
Oh dear God, why do I see a... What the hell am I... I feel like if I see a talent longer than like 2 lines, I start just instantly getting concerned.
I'm taking note of this for no particular reason.
I mean, there's reasons where you can have, but I'm like... I feel like talents should just not be long. Just... Like, I'm trying to think who even has a long talent in-game, just as a
lot.
general...
There's actually actually quite a lot.
Yeah.
So we have a summon, so if they're not within range, they lose 10%, but it increased attack for every 20 seconds in hit. See, like, what? Why are there
Wait,
so many
what?
conditionals attached to this?
I'm needing to read this several times.
Like, why are there conditionals attached? Like, just from a talent perspective, like, I'm about to start tapping the side already and just looking at talent 1. I haven't even gotten talent 2. Like, I'm about to start tapping talent. I'm about to start tapping the side. And talent 2 is survive, losing all of the stacks from talent 1 and restore. Why is there a stun? Why is there damage? Why does it have all these things? Why? I'm tapping the side. Alright.
This talent 1 seems a bit much for a talent.
Like...
Especially because, is that a true AoE on the summon?
It says Phalanx caster style, so yes.
Yeah, that's just an AoE.
Oh, I also just had to remind myself that Karn S3 is not the default range, it's the diamond.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is like... This...
So you get triple hits if you're at max stats. Or max stacks. Okay.
Just from like... Just from a general perspective of like... These two don't feel like talent, or okay, these two don't really feel like talents to me. This feels like you initially have these as skills and you cut them down a little bit. You like nerf the numbers a bit to make it more talent-y, like why?
I think like talent 1, it feels like it would work where you lose HP but get more attack if you're outside of the range.
Like why?
That alone kind of feels like it could be a talent.
Why is the second?
And then I
part
think
there?
talent 2 could be the, you know, like the
res.
stacking thing or something.
Yeah, just the res. Like, why is the second part of both these talents even there? No, like, no, not even from a stats enhanced part. It's why is the second part even necessary? Like, why is the for every 20 seconds they get enhanced? Why is that even necessary? Like, I feel like shifting the conditions would be a pretty nifty way of trying to make a Cal-styled summon medic. I mean, yes, Cal's
like
medic,
that alone is
like
pretty interesting already.
like being able to self-res as opposed to just insta-kaboom and do the damage. I think that'd be fine. Why does it have this much extra to it? Why is there a second part? Why is there repeating the attack at 3.5 seconds? Like, why is that necessary? Like, the other parts alone, I feel like, would differentiate enough from Cal if you're making a Cal-style medic. I'd be like, oh, it's like, you know, it's like, oh, it's Cal, but it's like, it's a different flavor with, like, the... It's like, oh, this was self-res instead of just insta-kabooming, right? Like...
Especially because I think you should differ... Like, You don't need a whole lot to differentiate it with the talent itself. Look at summoners, all of their talents are damn near identical, same as trap masters. The skills should be doing most of the heavy lifting here.
Yeah, like basically, this to me feels like you're reinventing the wheel. Like, Cal and herself, like, you didn't need the extra flavor part onto Cal. Like, you didn't need all the extra other parts, in my opinion. Like, you have different ways of going about it, I would say. Like, you could have made this simpler and had the skills mix it up a bit. I guess we'll see what the skills do, too.
Yeah.
But I'm just not a fan of this. Like,
It feels a little like adding stuff for the sake of adding more stuff a little bit.
Yeah, like, I feel like you could have done it in a better way without adding all the stuff. You could have just... Again, I think if this wasn't here, if I was just reading the first half of this, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's pretty nifty.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
as I get to this part, I'm like, why? Why is that even necessary? Like, why do you even need to
This
do that?
This reads like 3 talents.
And then this part, it's like, if it was
Honestly,
this part,
it reads like 4 talents.
like, if it was
Yeah.
like this, right? If I read this, I'd be like, okay, that's a nifty way of doing it. Oh, you got a self-res, you don't do as much damage, you have a short stun. Okay, that's pretty nifty. And then I read this part, I'm like, why is this even necessary? Why is this part even necessary? Like, why? I don't understand why this is, like, this is just excessive. I mean, okay, maybe this part is fine, but this part, like, that just feels excessive. Anywho, let's see what modules do. The first one, you improve talent 2. You lose the gain stack and you restore, so I think that's more HP restore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. It goes up from 100 HP plus 1000 HP per stack lost to 1000 plus 1250. So you basically
I
get
feel
900
like
more
that might be a
hits.
typo, but this is what was written.
Let me double check that is what was written. Let me just make sure of that at this
Okay.
point. Because there's a non-zero. No, that says 1000.
Hmm.
No, that's
Is the 100 a typo?
that is also a good question.
I mean,
no,
I
that is
wouldn't put it-
100. It is 100 plus
Okay.
1000, and then this is 1000 plus 1250. That's
At the
quite
at
a
the very
big
least,
jump.
I can see it being in the game because some modules are really busted.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that it's not doable in game. This is all very doable.
It's just
in game.
odd.
Yeah, it's just that's a pretty big spike. Yeah, it's plus 900, but it's like, it's not the plus one. It's not the 1000. That's the part. It's the going up from 100 base plus 1000 per stack to 1000 base. It's the jump that's like, it's a pretty big jump. I guess that's
Yeah.
up to level 3, so it's probably fine. It's not too big a deal. Honestly, you're probably max HP anyway. And then stun. Okay, that's still the same. Okay, the rest of it's still the same.
Wait, why would Larock heal when they're within range? Like, at that point, what's the point of having the operator heal Larock?
Hold on, where? Which one are you looking at? Why?
And
Oh.
yeah, Firewire, yeah.
That is a little odd.
He'll Paul prioritizes healing himself.
Yeah, I don't know.
That prioritizing healing himself in Larock, I don't think that's actually part of. Oh, never mind. That
No,
is
it
part of
is,
that.
it
That
is.
That is.
Feels like
it is.
Cal.
The second module seems to just be, it increases
More
the...
attack.
Yeah, it increases the attack, and then you get 1.2% HP regen.
You also attack faster.
when you're in range
You
of
attack
the
half a second
medic.
faster. That's also new.
You do? Oh, you do.
Yeah, you attack
Okay.
half a second. You attack, yeah. And then the heal is. Yeah, I mean.
That extra healing seems very random.
But I guess that you have the extra healing, and then you have the enhance. You have the enhance, but it increases your attack. And like, again, this feels like you fell into the trap of trying to fiddle with it for the sake of fiddling with it, when you didn't need to fiddle with it. For the second, like I said, for the talents, like, it just.
I will say also-
but it just doesn't feel necessary.
Depending on the stats of this summon, being able to have a summon that's just constantly throwing out Phalanx Caster true AoEs from a grounds tile would be really good.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the Phalanx caster
Oh, here's your range. So
Holy
here's the range.
Don't get me wrong, I like phalanx casters. I don't know if we should have a physical phalanx caster without downtime as a summon. We'll see.
Oh boy.
Yep. So it's just. So you have there's your AOE and there's the range that expands. So you basically just have.
Oh, so
basic,
wait.
Surrounding.
Okay,
and then
okay, I
it's
see.
not perma-phalanx. You only get.
Okay,
perma-phalanx.
I see.
Yeah, you only get.
Well,
phalanx.
okay, that helps. That helps.
Yeah, you only get.
It's
phalanx.
Still very good, but
It's still true AoE, yes.
it's also not too hard. I guess it's hard to stack that in terms of Hella Drop. And I think you definitely will not be getting the proper phalanx if you don't deploy it in his range. Well, I guess it's impossible. But yeah, okay.
Like, again, I don't think it's so much that it's imbalance. It's more just, from a kit perspective, I just don't think it's necessary. For, like,
I think
someone
I do
wants
need to see the attack, I think. Nope, that's
1600
a lot of
back
attack.
stacks.
Okay, it is a high attack interval, but that is a lot of attack.
1600.
It's also
Actually,
a lot of
actually,
HP.
it loses DPS when it
Yeah,
gains
like,
stacks.
you actually lose quite a bit.
That's actually,
DPS.
on one hand, it's, I guess, like self-limiting like balance factor
Mm-hmm.
with the increased range. On the other hand, I don't entirely know I agree with it.
Again, like,
I don't agree with the attack interval increasing. That
Yeah.
I like now it really is apparent that you are changing things just to change them rather than trying to make something that is unique
This-
and that works in the game.
how do I say it? This feels to me like the attack interval is there for artificial balance.
Like, you're more than having your total DPS when you go up in stacks.
Like, this feels like balancing for the sake of, oh, I need to fiddle the number to make it balance, and not have an actual balance, if that makes sense. Like, a good example of self-limiting balance that's inherent and not... Like, even in this contest, we had a really good example of balance, but it's not... This feels forced. This feels artificial. But something that I would say is more natural balance, actually as a good example, would be Dredge. The fighter guard that did like true damage, but
Yeah.
only, or that can stack true damage by a lot, but only when they're blocking an enemy. It's like, okay, like, yeah, they can do a lot of damage, but they're literally limited by the fact that they are a brawler guard. Like, that is natural interaction of, yes, the brawler guard is squishy, but you have really high potentials, right? You can hypothetically do a bunch. That is natural. That is inherent in what they are. This is like, all right, I want to give them stats for big number. Oh crap, this gets too crazy. Let me have their attack interval. Like, that's what this feels
I
like.
I think it would still be weird, but I don't know if I would specifically have a problem with it if the attack gain and the attack no, I think I'd actually be fine with it if they were proportional. So if you hit for the same DPS against 0 defense, it just took longer, I think it would be fine because it lets you punch through heavier defense, right?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I'd be
this-
I'd be okay with, but this
You-
is no.
You're literally cutting your DPS by more than half when you get max stacks.
You basically just have a brick by the end of it. And that's
Yeah.
before any, like, CC effects and everything. Again, it's not that the operator isn't balanced. That's not the problem here. Because I think the balance as a whole, like, I'm not seeing anything glaringly wrong with overall balance. My issue is just more with the concept and the design, actually.
I will say, I do think that even if you have to stack for it, I think a Phalanx caster without a downtime is actually really strong.
Mhm. Well, let's go look at skills. Maybe the skills make me feel a bit better.
At the very least, it'd be good for wiping out trash.
Yeah, like, especially on a grounds tile, like, Lin S1 on a grounds tile is actually really good.
Okay, so skill 1 is Larrock just becomes a target to be shot at.
Okay,
25
skill
seconds.
1 feels kind of not really there to me.
It's basic. It It is basically Cal Skill 1, but with taunt.
Yeah.
I mean,
The physical resist, I think at 20% may as well not be there. In all
skill
honesty.
1 is. Hold on, what's the defense? Skill 1 is Hoshi S. Is basically just why would I not just bring a Hoshi if I'm doing this, and I just deploy Hoshi last. Like, yes, I guess you might need to juggle aggro, but how often do you really need to juggle aggro? Like, why would I not just bring a Hoshi over the S1? Just genuine question. Like, Hoshi plus meta, because you're using 2 deployment slots anyway.
Skill 2 is really good.
150% attack, Larok is attack, Talent 1, prioritize healing.
So, you
Oh,
are
healing is
immortal
lost.
with this skill. You are not dying to talent. That's just a given. You're getting 140% attack, plus potentially the attack speed.
For skill 2, it just means that you're not gonna prioritize Larok and yourself for skill 2.
No, but for each enemy hit, you heal.
Oh. Oh yeah, right, true.
So
yeah.
you get the benefits of not being in range, but also you don't have any downside. You're actually tankier.
For 15 seconds, you have 10
Arguably.
second SP cost.
Wait, it's a oh my god.
So basic. Okay, well, you're not
Oh,
gonna be
that's
able to
also
get
a more
the
than
SP.
50% uptime.
You're not gonna be able to get. Basically, if you deploy outside of Ray, hold on, because you can get. Hold on. Yeah, you charge.
It's
your
10%
SP
HP per second, and it's a 10 HP per second, and it's a 10 SP cost. So unless you have like a Sculptor or a Telopsis, you can't deploy outside
Yeah.
of the range.
Yeah, so you have to deploy in range, but you basically get the attack spikes during the skill. Okay.
I don't entirely know if I like this because it kind of gets rid of the like what feels like a little bit of a decision point with the talent.
Yeah.
I will say, so here's the thing with Calcit and Monster. There's already a give and take with deploying Monster outside of Calcit's range, right? Where Monster goes down to 0 defense, but you can still use Monster's
You can still have the full
Monster
skills,
and
yeah.
yeah, you still have the full skill. This is just like, oh yeah, you know the talent that I just spent 2 minutes reading? Oh, by the way, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Like why is this a thing?
And then
Why are
it's
you
also-
going to make the talent and then be like, hey, skill 2 makes it so that the talent doesn't matter anymore?
Again,
Well,
it's just-
especially too, Talent 1 also makes the other half of Talent 1 not matter. Also, Talent 2 doesn't matter, because when you deploy outside of your range, you die before you can A, get the skill, B, before you get a single stack, which also means you don't get a res, if I'm remembering correctly.
I believe,
Yeah.
I believe so. Like, I feel like this could have all been avoided if you didn't balance the talents and the summon for the sake of artificial balance. Like, I feel like this is very avoidable.
100%. It could have been avoidable.
Yeah.
I believe you do get 1 stun. Yeah, you get 1 stun, I believe, just regardless.
Okay,
Yeah, you get 1 stun regardless. So you get Project Red on 35-second cooldown. If you just, like Pokeball them out.
I guess let's look at skill 3.
400% for the next basic. Have this.
Okay, a
motivation.
17 SP cost makes me feel weird, but
I mean, we have weird SP costs already.
we do. It's not bad, but it does feel wrong to part of my brain.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like whenever I look at Shiobai's SP cost, I'm like, why? Why is it this?
So gains 400. So you basically 400 and then 200, 150, and then.
So it's a little like Phantom S2.
Well, look at like Monster S3 where you're constantly draining attack. Like
Yeah,
you have your big boost initially, and then you're losing it as the skill goes on. Except you're also losing HP, and then after the skill ends, you trigger Talent 2, but you lose a stack. So you
Can
basi-
I can I say something really quickly?
Go for it.
Yeah.
other than skill 2, this really just feels like Calcit but different.
That's not a bad thing, making Calcit but different. Like, that's not a bad thing.
I think one thing is these skills don't do a lot compared to the talents.
Like,
There's a lot more going on in the talents than in the skills.
again, it's... I have zero quibbles with the balance, actually. I have zero quibbles with the balance. Like, the balance actually feels great. It's just the construction of the kit itself just feels awkward to me, if anything else. With, like, how some of it interacts. Like, I don't like, basically, it's only parts of Talent 1. It's like the second half of Talent 1 that I dislike. It's the second half of Talent 2 I dislike. But if we're talking about the rest of it, it's like, I don't mind. Oh yeah, and the attack interval increasing for some reason. Like, I just don't understand why. Like, it's not giant points that I'm quibbling about. It's just, like, why was it necessary? I guess. It just gives me a weird vibe than anything else.
Honestly, if you're going to make the skills wildly different, you could have just made Talent 1 both talents, and then put Talent 2 inside the skills.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Let's go on to lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't dislike it. I don't dislike the kit and the balance. I just don't like...
I see what you were going for.
I'm
just dissatisfied with it.
I just don't like specific parts of it, but I
what?
really don't like that specific part of it, I guess, is the best way.
Random little note, what was this, Oh, right, they're Victorian. Okay.
Yep, Victorian cat. The most... It's rather basic, yes.
Daring today.
Well, I'm just trying to imagine where geographically this first little bit is, and how that situation would have come about. I'm assuming that they would have been in the sea where Siesta is.
Like, maybe they were traveling.
Yeah, well, because I don't think they'd have been, like, out in the open ocean. I feel like they're in that sea, like, between Victoria and Iberia. I was trying to think of where that'd be, but okay.
Where on the map is this?
I can actually get to reading the rest of this now that that's settled.
Alright. I'm ready to go on to page 2.
I'm ready as well.
Sorry, I'm being a little slow.
Yeah.
Okay, we can go.
Alrighty. Let's see. Press. Wait, I was joking about the
It's a
Pokeball part.
It's a Pokeball.
Wait, I was joking about the Pokeball part. Wait,
Wait.
Chotomate.
Oh my god. No.
A lot of ocean talk for Victoria, I will say.
Yeah, this does seem like it was kind of meant to be an Iberian operator.
Trying to figure out where the ocean is at this point on the map of Terra, because it's not a map that I study on a daily basis.
It's like it's kind of like around the edges for the most part.
Oh, okay, I see where the...
As
the
it's
sea
relevant
is.
here, Victoria is central, we'll say. Iberia is like southeast. There's a sea between them, but Victoria itself, unless it extends past what most maps show, isn't connected to the ocean itself, I believe.
Yeah, it's connected to the Sea of Claricide, is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, like there is a connection from like the sea to the open ocean. Especially after Iberia's coastline got absolutely fucked. But
again, it's a lot of ocean talk though, given that it's
yeah,
Victoria, not, well, Iberia.
even if in theory it kind of works a little bit geographically, it is a very odd choice.
Mm-hmm. Double check the lore to see, like, were they from Aegir?
They're Victorian. They're Victorian.
On the other hand, it could just be like unreliable. I'm trying to think, maybe unreliable narrator.
Perhaps, but
Better.
I mean, even then, what they're describing: extreme heat, dangerous beast. If we're supposed to assume that's not Victoria, I'm gonna assume that's the Foen Hotlands, which is even weirder.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, again, there is a sea connecting Iberia and Victoria might have access to the open ocean. I don't remember off the top of my head if it's exactly close enough.
Just based on current map, but it's just like, it's a lot of ocean talk though.
Even if they do have it, it seems weird to go with such a heavy, like, oceanic seaborne style and then make it tied to Victoria for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it could work, it's a very odd choice.
It's an interesting choice. Let me know when we're ready to go on to voice lines.
Is this supposed to be a joke about colonization?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. It's not a joke about colonization.
All right, I'm good to move on.
Same.
So who wants to do voice lines here? Bull, did you have someone in mind to do the voice lines? If you're here, Bull, did you have someone in mind? Or was it just...
Spiffly, have you done voice lines today?
I haven't done one today, no.
Okay, I'm throwing you under the bus.
Oh my god, they are a
No.
Pokemon. I'm just looking at one of the battle lines.
Yeah, it's actually...
It's just
actually...
a Pokemon.
Yo, Doctor. My name is Polyp. Nice to meet you. I've been given permission to stay on the landship to conduct experiments related with aquaculture and marine biology. It is my hope my research builds futures for others, taking bits of it when needed. How do I communicate with Larok? It's a bit hard to describe. I hear this tune in my head, and my voice carries that to the Larok. A mutual understanding is made, and the Larok obeys that command. What's a Larok? Well, to be truthful, it's not an A, it's a them. Laroks are many, many creatures amalgamated into this massive structure. They spawn from these rock-like cores I call polyps. I store them in these protective shells filled with the fluid that keeps them in stasis until needed. Lorak, I choose you! The glorious incantation.
Reading the in battle line 1, I'm just like, how far can you get before you have like incoming lawsuit from Nintendo?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at that like, how far away can you get with that before like you start getting a C&D letter? But anyway, for anyone's watching from Nintendo, look, this is not mine. We're just doing a contest here. Please don't C&D me.
Obviously, the issue here with these lines is that Battle 1 should have been a deploy line, and the battle lines, which are skill activation, should have been, Lorak use Hyper Beam.
You're right. Wait,
0 out of 10.
SM Igna. Who wants to kick off with, who wants to kick off? I can kick it off if you guys want.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
I'll start off, I'll just start off with a kit. With what I feel like is probably going to be the most negative part for me. Like, how do I put it? I don't dislike most of what's here. It's just very specific parts that I very don't like. Like, if I'm ignoring those particular parts that I really don't like, I think this is a nifty kit. It's a different take on, like, you know, summoning, kind of like Cal, right? Like the whole summoning medic aspect. It's a different take on it. I think that's pretty nifty. And I think it's a pretty cool way of going about it, right? Instead of going like, oh, you know, you have no defense, but you're more summonable. This is like, oh, okay, you can get bigger spikes in attack hypothetically, but you know, you eat it. Like you will die in about 10 seconds. So I like the concept outside of that. Like, I think the talents are a pretty nifty way of going around. Like, I think the talents are an interesting way of going around it, right? You have some kind of self-sustain, so like, oh, it's a really big enemy, let's self-sustain it for a bit, right? Or, okay, S1 is the only one that I'm kind of just like, that one's just kind of like, why would I, like, if I'm using S1, I would just bring Hoshi plus a medic. Or, I mean, hell, Winnar plus a medic, but I mean, to be fair, Winnar's broken, so I'm gonna shove Winnar aside and pretend he doesn't exist for a second. But it's like, for S1, it's like, oh, okay, I just do like Hoshi plus medic. But like, S2 and S3, I think are interesting. I think they're nifty ways of going about stuff. Of going about, like, it's a different take on it. I think that's cool. But then, like, the parts that I dislike come in, we're just like, why is the whole stacking thing even necessary? Like, why is that necessary? Why does it increase your attack interval? Why is that all there? Like, that feels like it's there for the sake of just, like, heavy-handed balance adjustment for the sake of it. And I'm just not a fan of that style. Like, it's just there. Like, I'm just not a fan of that part of the kit. Like, it just overly pressures talent 1. Same with talent 2. It's just an extra... Granted, talent 2 doesn't really have the heavy-handed balance aspect, but it's just like, why was the second part necessary? Right? Like, why was the repeat necessary? Why do they have to have stacks? Right? I don't really get why that's necessary to put on the talent. I feel like that'd just be cooler to do on a skill or something at that point. Like, talents, like, for me, talents are supposed to be, it's supposed to be like, okay, here's like the nifty little thing about them, but it's not their entire identity, or at least it shouldn't be their entire identity, right? Like, they're supposed to have a separate identity. It's a nice little buff for them. And then as a whole, or like, it's either a buff for them, or like, whatever. I mean, you also have faction buffs. Faction buffs are like a whole different part of it, but like faction buffs are faction buffs. But it's like, it's not supposed to be this major, crazy, uber, omega crazy thing. Like, the skill usage at the end of the day is what defines a good chunk of AK. And this kind of goes just really heavy on the talents, and I'm just, from a design philosophy, I really just dislike that from a design philosophy. That being said, it is fresh, it is interesting, but I just don't like what you did. I don't like the second halves of those talents. So I'm gonna give the kit a 1.5 because it met baselines. There's parts that I like, but there's parts that I really don't like. So, but I'm not gonna say that, oh, you didn't meet the baseline, because you did. So this will be a 1.5 for me for kit. For the balance, I actually think the balance is fine. I actually think the balance is pretty nifty. Like, are there parts that are strong? Yeah, there's parts that are strong. There's parts that might be a little bit crazy, but it's not excessively so. Like, it is balanced. So I'll give balance like a 2.2. Like, I think they're balanced. As for cohesion, I think they all work together. It works together. It fits the AK as a game. I have no problem with the cohesion integration. I'll give that another 2. I think they did a pretty good job in integrating it. Like, it's really just a kit that I just dislike. As for the lore character focus, the lore fits into the AK, albeit a little bit confusing with how much you focus on the ocean, but they're Colombian, or not Colombian, they're Victorian. It's only that part that I'm a little bit like, wait, hold on now. Like, I got a couple of questions. Like, the lore makes sense, but I have some questions about the origin. So it's like, I'll give this lore like a 1.7. Also, not to mention, please don't get me C&D'd by Nintendo. I prefer to avoid that if at all possible. We have we don't get paid here on the OC contest, unfortunately.
Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Alright, I guess I can go next.
Go for it.
I'll start with the lore, where I'm going to be a little bit meaner than Wookiee. So I don't know how much I agree that it really feels like it fits. So first of all, Pokemon. It's Pokemon. I think the joke is fun. I think it leaned a little too heavy into it if we're taking it, seriously at face value in terms of AK, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a little bit of that, which I don't like too much. I think, like, you could have left it at a voice line, and I think that would have been fine for the joke, right? I think the whole, like, it's kind of a Seaborn, but calling it, like, the polyp thing or whatever, like, again, maybe there's a little bit more to that we don't see in there. I think that's a little a little odd. It's like, is he summoning a Seaborn or like a thing based on the Seaborn? But also, if we look into it a little bit more, the Seaborn are like very resistant to being experimented on. That's part of their thing. And then there's the choice of, again, making it a Victorian who might have not actually been from Victoria. There might be weird, unreliable stuff that we're not getting the full scope of because of what we've seen. And then, yeah, having all of the ocean stuff tied in. So I think, overall, I don't think it's terrible, but I don't entirely agree that it's necessarily just like a flat baseline. I think I'm gonna give Laura 1.
Alright.
Cohesion and integration. I think overall the integration I think is pretty fine. I don't think there would be any major issues with how anything is made. I think the cohesion is also mostly pretty good. I think playing around with like the stacks a little bit, I guess, on like the skills 2 and 3. I don't entirely like that skill 2 just lets you have your cake and eat it too with the first talents deploying, or whichever talent it was, where you can deploy outside of range to get a buff. Overall though, I think it was mostly pretty fine in that regard. I'll give it a 1.6. Balance? I think mostly, I think the balance is pretty solid. I think in a lot of areas, I think it's weaker than it needs to be, mostly that you lose DPS when you're stacking. I think my most serious issue with the balance is that you turn yourself into a Phalanx caster that does roughly comparable DPS to Lyn with her skill 1, but on a ground tile as a medic, with the opportunity to spike that with a skill 2. And then you're also really tanky. I think, like, especially, I think if it had been, like, equal to block count, I think I'd be a little bit more fine with that. And, like, it also hits air. So I don't think it's completely imbalanced, but I don't necessarily like how much it's a little bit like you kind of just get Lyn S1 on a ground tile as a summon. I think I'll give it a 1.5 because for the most part it seems fine. I am a little iffy about the summon stacking though. Kit, I think the talents had way more than there needed to be. I think talent 1, you could have cut that in half, and then you could have picked any one of the other effects that you find elsewhere in the talents and made one of them talent 2 and cut the rest. I think that would have been fine. Skill 1 is very much, it needed a skill 1, so you threw something out there, it kind of feels like, which, it's fine. I mean, Arknights does that a lot, but it's not really too great, I think. I think, overall, again, it mostly seems fine. There's some issues, but I do like, you know, some of the ideas going on. In particular, I like the first bit of Talent 1. I think that's like an interesting trade-off, similar to Calcit's, but different enough. So I think I'll give it I'll give that a 1.6 too.
1.6 as well, so that comes out to a 5.7 from Swiftly. Swiftly is the mean one today. Swiftly's the mean one.
I'm very mean tonight. Oh,
Swiftly is extra mean now. Alright, Boop, what you got for us?
Alright, I'm gonna start off with lore. I'm gonna give lore a 0. I found it genuinely uninteresting and confusing. I could not follow it at all. I mean, I could follow it, but when I say I couldn't follow it, it's just like I have no idea what's going on. Why is this man here? What are his goals? We are told what are his goals, but are those really his goals? Because it feels like it's all been slapped together rather than having a sort of like a cohesive reason behind it, right? So which is why I'm just giving lore a 0. Going into the cohesion and integration of it, I do think that what's the word for it? I think the operator's skills and the talents, they work well together, barring balance and kit, right? I can see it being in the game because we have the technology, right? We have the technology to have the summon getting stronger. We have the technology for the summon being able to do what it does, right? Now, as for the skills working with the talents itself, it sort of goes hand in hand, right? Because you can't really have the skills without the summons. So I'll give cohesion and integration a 2. Because I do feel as if there is some clashing when it comes to the deploying the summon outside of the range, because I feel rather than having a give and take there, you're actively just losing. You're not. It feels like most of the time you aren't really debating on whether it's a smart choice. You can just kind of do it, and it might work out. You know. For balance, I think the operator was balanced well. I do think that there are certain what do you call it? Yeah, I think the balance is probably the best part of the operator. I'll give balance a 2, and you're getting knocked off the 1 point simply because of the true AoE and the lack of consideration for when the summon levels up, right? Because then it loses its DPS, right? And then for the kit's fine. I like the kit. I find it lacking in creativity in the sense of it feels like Calcit but different, right? I brought it up earlier, and of course that's not necessarily a bad thing, but what I mean by that statement is that it feels like you wanted to make a Calcit-like operator and then made it different because you couldn't just copy Calcit. You didn't make it different because you wanted it to be different. You made it different because it had to be different. So I'll probably give the kit a 1.
Alright, so a 5 from Boo. It's okay, Spiffly, you're not the harshest one anymore. Woo! You're free. Alright, so it's 18.1. Yeah, 18.1. Where is Bull? Alright, let's see. Yes, we're at the point of the OC contest where I'm like, crap, every time something happens, I gotta move people around.
Gotta move everything around.
You get used to it. Alright, next up, I believe, is Operator Saturday. Yes. What is with all these, various day-themed operators?
We have an operator named Rope. So having
Rope
an
makes
operator
sense because she's a hookmaster.
There's also Rock and April
and May.
True. One of these days we'll have the whole calendar and every day of the week.
Maybe.
Listen.
We'll be able to tell the date by Arknights operator.
Here's the thing. One day we will learn that May's real name is Mayonnaise because her parents wanted to prank her.
That's excessively cruel, but okay.
Okay, Petrum spotted, and it's a male.
Okay,
What?
trying to sit up. We have another
5-star instructor.
We have it. Okay,
Well,
okay. I'm sitting up for this one.
Okay.
It is a 5-star instructor. I want to be impressed. I swear to God, if I'm not impressed by this, I'm grabbing a second cup of coffee.
I feel like we've also seen a lot of unknown countries of origin.
People like mysteriousness.
I'm gotta add that to the rules. No putting everything as unknown. I swear to God, at this rate. Swear to God.
You can only.
But like, you gotta stop. Like, all right, you can't just start putting undisclosed for everything. Like, we gotta have a little bit something to work with now. I feel like it's kind of. A
Well, I'm intrigued so far.
Hmm.
Who do we compare this to?
Whislash. I'm not sure if you could. Bryo he's the welfare, so it's like.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
He is.
Wishlash and Bryo are both welfare, and then we have Swire for the other
Okay,
one.
Swire
so,
feels unfair.
Swire feels unfair, and you have two welfares, and I feel like Wishlash is somehow the least welfare out of the two welfares. So it's like,
okay,
I guess Whislash.
Way more HP, about the same attack, a little bit more defense.
Less defense.
Wait, less defense?
Yeah, Wishlash has 460.
Oh, I'm comparing to Swire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It seems like mostly just a little bit of stat shuffling minus
Which is fine. The HP feels very... To be fair, when it comes to the HP, all three of them have attack defense... Oh wait, this has an attack defense trust bonus too. Okay, that is
There is just a
HP.
random extra 200 HP for no particular reason.
Yeah. Wasn't Swire day one? Swire was not day one, I believe.
Wasn't?
She was not. She was year one. She's not a part of day one nights. I believe
was
she was
chapter, like 6 or something. Chapter 5?
She was either released before Chen or with Blaze. One of those two.
Well, the HP is definitely a bit high. I don't think it really matters.
Not really.
I
don't think
unless it's like a lot higher than Palace. Let's see. What's Palace?
Palace should have a lot more HP. Yeah, Palace has
100 more,
HP.
and that's because she has a trust bonus.
Oh wow, this is a lot more. Holy shit.
This is 150 HP base HP more than the 6-star variant. So that's actually pretty weird. I don't think it's like major points off, but it is noteworthy.
It is noteworthy. Power creep in my 5-star OC contest. Damn.
Well, I think we're good to go to talents.
All right.
Did you input it wrong? Let me double check. Yeah, and for safety's sake, I will be double checking just in case. But I believe these are all correct. Yeah,
I don't see how you could input it wrong. Yeah.
I mean, you'd be surprised.
Going from a 19 to a 21 for the first bit of that HP would be weird.
No, that's correct. That's 2116. That's what's there. So.
Yep.
All right, what do we got? Additional art stamp based on 20% of the allied operator max. Well, that's a pretty cool way of going about it. I don't know how I haven't paused to think about balance, but like, just conceptually, like, oh, that's a pretty cool way of going about it.
It is cool. It also feels very powerful.
So I'm like, wait.
Yeah, throw Olpianus in front of this, and all of a sudden you're doing 1,000 arts damage per hit on a fairly fast attacking instructor.
The power of Hose Dumpy will do.
That's if you have Olpianus, that's 1,000 arts DPS.
Here's the thing that you can also increase this with Ox skill too. You can increase it with a bunch of other skills, I think, as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can increase it with
Carnelian.
Carnelian, Civilite, Eterna.
Like I said, as a concept, like using a percent of something of the operator in front of you, cool concept. That's why I didn't say nothing about balance. I was like, I don't know about the balance of it, but
it is a very cool concept. I wish Arknights did this more, where it's based off of HP and defense as well, rather than just attack.
The concept is very cool, but the balance is
scary.
Not there.
If it was like 5% or 10%, I could see even 10% being fine.
I think 10% I still think that'd be really strong for a 5-star.
I think because
Thorn's talent without his module is like what, 135 arts DPS?
Something like that.
This at 5% or at 10% on a 5k HP operator is 500 arts DPS still.
You have to remember though, power creep is a thing, but at the same time,
I'm just saying, this is a 5-star.
The thing is though, instructor guards only have 2 tiles of range, so they have literally 1 tile to work with this.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Well,
Yeah.
I do think the number is a bit high, but I feel like 10% is fine specifically because they only have 1 or 2 tiles to work with it.
mm-hmm.
I think I'd say 5, but I think the concept is cool. The number's too high.
Mm-hmm. Cool concept. Balances yikes. What do we got? Okay, bigger yikes. Really big yikes. 35%.
Oh my god.
35%. Okay.
Okay, where's my old pianist activation for 10k HP and then 3,500 arts DPS?
Okay.
And we don't have skills yet. Okay, well, that's busted.
Already.
Same comment as the talents.
Yes.
I like skill 1 in the sense of even though it's a basic skill 1, it is different and unique, and it is usable in the sense of could theoretically use this.
I will
It's
say,
also, it does scale with the talent, I think.
I will say, I like the concept. The problem is, I think some research needed to have been done because high HP units exist.
Yes.
At the very least, S1 is a pretty high offensive SP recovery, so that's, good. I think it's a very strong effect, but it's a little high.
Hey, at the very least, we can say that the attack scale doesn't affect the talent because the talent's based off HP.
Well, no, but this is effectively a percentage heal, similar to Warfarin.
Yes.
Yeah. So I like that it works with Crushers, because Crushers are fun.
Crushers are fun. It sucks that Quartz is dog shit.
Yeah, so I think skill 1 falls into the category of I like the idea, but mostly because talent 1 is overtuned, it is a bit overtuned.
It's additional. I'm trying to think. Does the additional arts count as the next attack?
I think
no. Because it would be part of the attack essentially, right?
Yeah, I feel like I think talent 1 increases the healing from skill 1.
Because the way, and I remember this because I tested it on Patriot once because I was doing Patriot shenanigans, but Peyobe's defense talent for her skill 1, her defense talent gets the boosted damage even though it's registered as a separate attack. Because for some reason, Peyobe's defense talent isn't added to her damage, it's just registered as a separate attack.
I see. Second one is...
Is this a passive? Or is this an unlimited skill?
I'm assuming this is a permanent duration.
Yeah.
It doesn't say, I don't believe.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't say that it's a perma skill, but I'm going to operate off the assumption that it is a perma skill.
Yeah, it seems formatted like one.
Yeah, which is 75 SP cost, 0 initial SP. I'm gonna be real. I don't see any situation where I'd really use this too.
Skill 2.
I don't like this skill.
Yeah,
at all.
it seems very random. It doesn't fit into the existing theme.
You had something, and then you lost it. You dropped the ball really hard.
You know the meme where it's the horse drawing and it starts super good and detailed. That feels like this. I really like the talent 1 and skill 1. Skill 2, I don't know what's going on.
Just balance aside for talent 1 and skill 1, like raw numbers aside.
Yeah.
Like I like the concept, and skill 2's like, wait, where'd this come from? All right, well.
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that car salesman meme where, it slaps the top of the car just like, this car has healing, but this has increased range and a pull on it.
Wait, did it
That's the lore
attack
summary.
one more enemy or was it just the one more range?
One more
add.
range.
This is
and
the
can
second
attack with-
person who has reinvented Gladia skill 2.
Hey, no, hold on. This has minus 15% res on top of it.
I feel like if you rework this in some different way, this would be a lot more interesting. But unfortunately, it is what it is. Like, anywho, here's the lore.
Okay.
That's it. That's
Okay.
the lore. Let me know where you're going, voice lines.
I'm good.
I am generally confused, but I have read the full thing.
Alrighty. Voice lines. I think it's looped around to Boop, unless you had someone in mind. Reality, unless you had someone in mind.
I can do it.
Alright. Gonna throw Boop under the bus.
Alright. Come one, come all, to the greatest show of all time. I'm Saturday, your host in this journey, and I welcome you to the show. We have drama, we have adventure, we have it all. So sit back, relax, and scream to your heart's content. I'm sorry, but this encounter is scripted. Such a remarkable fight scene. It's been such a long time since I last saw my species, nonetheless a child. What was her name? Laura. I'm sure the director has great plans for her past shine. I thank you for the flattery, dear guest. I keep my youthfulness through my arts. How old am I? Don't you know it's rude to ask an old man for his age? Especially the one that is hosting this show. I'm now even more confused.
I am also quite confused. I kind of appreciate the vibes, you know.
Yeah, it's
But
it's
I am
not.
confused.
It's different.
Visible confusion.
I'm getting like what is it, like Alistair from Has Been Hotel vibes.
Is this a character ripped from Limbus Company?
I have no idea.
No,
Anywho,
it's not.
Okay.
who's
it's
gonna
not,
start us
I
off
think.
for points? This one.
I'll start off. Lore is fine. I'll give it a 1 because I'm just generally confused as to how this would fit into Arknights in any remote sense. It feels like you toss someone in from that's not from the Arknights world into the Arknights world. But I could see it working if it was fleshed out a little bit though. For the kit cohesion, I'm going to dock you because of skill 2. You had something really going with the talent at skill 1. It was great. I was so high, and then I was so low, and then I just became generally confused. I'm giving you a 1 for cohesion. A balance, I think the balance, other than talent 1, the balance is fine. I'm going to give you 0.5 for balance, though, because that talent 1 is very egregious.
You say one again for
0.5.
0.5. Alright.
And for creativity, I'll slap a 3 on it. Because I was so high, and then I was so low. I like the it's so simplistically creative. There we go.
Alright, so it's 5.5 for Boop.
Okay,
Alrighty.
so I'll go. We'll start off with lore again. So, honestly, I think if you, outside of mentioning Petrum and Kuora, I don't think I would be able to tell this was for Arknights. That said, the vibe is pretty fun, and we don't really have anything similar to it outside of Midnight, and maybe Phantom. So that's pretty fun. So I'll go ahead and give it a 0.8.
Alright.
The thing is, though, Midnight is unfathomably based. Changed my mind.
Fair. I think cohesion and integration.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you were doing so good with talent 1 and skill 1, and then you face planted with skill 2.
I got it. You know the meme with the bicycle where he sticks the stick inside the wheel? That's what I'm thinking of right now.
I really don't know how to score this because it started so good, but then it got so bad. It's tricky. I think the goods a little bit more than outweigh the negatives, so I'll give it. I'll give it a 1.7.
7? Alright. I'm just gonna pretend that 2 doesn't exist.
Balance. The balance is atrocious. Skill or talent 1 is so easily broken in so many ways. Yeah, I think I can agree with the 0.5 given earlier. The kit is great. I love skill 2 and skill 1 and talent 1. I really like what it does. I'm gonna give it a 2 out of 3 for 2 out of 3 hits and 1 miss.
That's good logic, actually. Like, this is really good. That one completely whiffed. So 5.0 from Spipley. Alright. I'll start off with lore. Your lore confuses me completely. I'm gonna be honest, this does not feel like something from Arknights. Like, outside of direct mentions of Rhodes Island, Terra, and Quora, I think Petrum in there somewhere?
Yeah.
Outside of that, I would be completely confused if this was an Arknights operator. So I'm gonna give lore like I'll give lore like a 0.3 just because I'm just there's not a lot there, and then from what is there, I'm just like I'm just confused than anything else. As for guidelines, as for kit, again, you were onto something. Like, if we're talking overall concept, I liked the overall concept of 1. I like the overall concept of skill 1. And then we get to skill 2 and I go, what the hell just happened? So to invoke Spipley, I will be giving this a 2 because you hit on 2 things and completely whiffed on the 3rd. Really good way of going about it. For cohesion integration, you were almost there. You were almost there. And then you tripped over your shoelaces at like right before the finish line, you tripped over your shoelaces. We were this close. We were this close to greatness. So, I'll give you a 1.5. I'll give you a 1.5. I'm not going to 2 out of 3 on this one. Because part of the cohesion integration works with balance in that the way your kit integrates with other operators gets a little scary. By a little bit, I mean excessively scary. Because Talent 1 has so much room to go turbo. And then you look at skill 2 and you go, what the hell is this? This does nothing compared to everything else. And it's on a 75 SP cooldown. So I'm just like, yeah, the balance is all over the place. I will give the balance a 1. And I will take the spot of harshest one to spare Spipley this time. Mostly because the lore just... I read the lore, I'm like, what the heck did I just read?
Honestly, the lore got carried by just the fun vibe for me.
Understandable. So that's a 15.3. 15.3.
I feel like this definitely gets the award for closest to greatness.
The closest... We were
not quite getting there.
almost there. Alright. Let's see how much am I going to have to fiddle with scores here. Oh, so far
that is not the operator name.
That is not the operator name. You are right. I really gotta settle on a consistent judge or leaderboard naming convention. That
You
was a
have
halfway.
one. You just ignored it for that. And
No,
Sakami
it's
earlier.
ones I don't settle on one. I feel like I change it between them just based on what I type first, and I go, wait, that doesn't feel right.
Well, I think for our next one, I don't think you have to worry about it.
Oh, that's true. Oh, let me double check. Is the Netzel who I think it is?
I think it
Not
is.
quite. It's one after. One after.
No? Okay. Well, foreshadowing then.
Foreshadowing. But that's our halfway point. So we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll be right back after that. So quick 3-minute break, and then we'll see you on the other side. So get up and stretch, get some water, get some snacks, take a quick 3-minute break
Coffee
so we can get
time.
up and stretch. Be right back, y'all. I have returned from my break. I have my Agua, so we'll chill until the rest of the gang are back. Well, that's been fun so far. That's been fun. GG, I hope you're here because you are on deck now to be the next one. Okay, okie dokie, okie dokie. Okay.
I am back.
Welcome back. Took a sip of water, got some stretching. Did we find a hidden theme for this contest? I'm not sure if the hidden theme at this point is instructor guards trying to redo Gladia S2 to some degree, or if the theme is... Actually, what would be the other theme?
We also have...
moving.
Yeah, we have that. We also have a lot of unknown things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, a lot of unknown things.
It's kind of a mix of things going on.
Yeah. I will say, with the instructors, I'd mentioned with, dang it, I'm forgetting the names. But with the 6-star instructor, I'd mentioned kind of like picking a bit more of like an identity to focus on for buffing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel this last one did that kind of well, even if a bit overtuned, where it's like it works with like the high HP. Like, I don't know, at least for me, I feel like instructors work best when they have some like specific subgroup that they're wanting to help.
Mm-hmm.
That's at least my take on them. It's like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
a thing to think about for anyone who's trying to do it, maybe.
A consideration. Well, it's been a funny contest so far, at least.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a funny contest, and that's the important part, is that it is a funny contest. Alrighty. Well, quickly, I think you might like the next one.
Oh?
Instructor more they hit their own teammates, resulting in inspiration buff. I think
Yes.
that's just called Ak.
Listen, doing self-damage means that doing damage to allies is good because it means you can make your phalanx casters take damage and laugh at Wishadel, who cannot take damage.
So at what point do we get like Ak Alter where he's an instructor guard?
Yes.
Like he damages the operator in front of him to like so they do more things, I don't know. Alrighty. I think you'll at least, again, I don't know about the rest of the kit, but you'll at least appreciate the opener for the next kit.
Is it a goat or is it a phalanx caster?
I have returned.
Take a guess.
I'm gonna guess it's a goat.
Alrighty. Well, here
I
we
have
go.
returned.
Welcome back, Boop. You would be correct, Spiffly. It is in fact a goat.
Woo!
It is a goat.
Pythonian caster goat. Hell yeah.
It's another Mechacord caster.
I will say it took me more times than I'd like to admit to spell that name. At least like typing it. It took me more times than I'd like to admit. I may have left out letters here and there and was like, wait, crap. I need to bring that one back. Or no, wait, that was an over letter. That is a tall goat. 180 cm. I'm gonna assume that's 180 cm.
Not our tallest goat. I think that's only the third tallest.
I know Doppelganger is Shadow Walker. So what would Shattenplang be?
What? Oh.
No, this is the second tallest goat.
I'm sorry, I'm just doing dumb shit. Never mind.
Right.
Ignore me.
No, tied for second tallest with Diamante.
Oh, he's a tall goat. I see. Shadow
And
Toe,
then there's
Shadow
Dagon at
Glass.
182.
Okay.
Dagon's tall too. I don't know if that's including horns or not including horns.
I'm gonna assume not.
I would assume not.
But okay, actually, yeah, this doesn't include height with and without horns. Shame.
Doesn't include height without horns. Alright, what do we got? So this is Mechacore, so our comparison is Golden Glow and now Lapalt.
Is that it? Is it? I think that's a very low attack, even for a Mechacord.
No, it's about
No?
on par, I believe.
Golden
it's a
Glow was
6-star, right?
460, right?
This is including
Hold on, let me
Trust.
Oh, wait.
No, that's about par. Lapalt is...
No, okay, no, that is
no,
par.
that's
That is
about
par.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
about par. HP
Okay, so this seems
HP's
pretty
right
average.
about par, yeah. Alright, cool.
Stat shuffling. We love stat shuffling.
I mean, you know, you can't have, yeah, like I said, you can't have everyone have the same skill. Alright, what do we got here? So this is
Okay.
7 hits of a drone, it embeds, and then... Okay, deals a shot. Acting as a...
Okay.
Flying enemies are treated as grounded, relying on ground level target, shot up an enemy's street. Add 1 level of top.
So I like some of what this is doing. I like that it's kind of like GG talent, except it's getting rid of the RNG in favor of just a set number of attacks. On the other hand, I really don't like that it makes multiple references to talent too.
Hmm. Hello, Alive Lasat. So basically, you get a stun if after 7 attacks, is what I'm functionally understanding, plus
Plus
5 hits of damage.
and minus 15 res.
And apparently you get taunt and the enemies get taunt as well. So what happens if you're hitting a target that already has taunt? Do they have like super taunt?
Basically.
Well, I think because
There are
taunt,
different taunt levels,
taunt
yes.
goes off of a level system, so it's like a level 0, level
Yeah.
1 taunt. I would assume it would take them to level 2, so it would go past an enemy with level 1 taunt.
So they do functionally have super taunt.
Yeah.
For example, Patriot will always get targeted before Shield Guard, from what I understand. So there
But I
is like,
think Patriot has like a level 2 taunt.
yeah.
Scotty, yeah, I believe that is functionally what it's going for, but instead of an RNG explosion,
Yeah.
if I remember right with Golden Glow, this is now a guaranteed situation. I just don't remember off the top of my head the Golden Glow numbers.
Patriot is
I'm
level 2
I'm
taunt.
just
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I'm just registering this for Talent 1. It says after 7 attacks of a drone. It's not 7 consecutive attacks, because it says another drone is immediately released upon the embedding, which means that it keeps track between switching targets and when the operator stops attacking.
I question whether the stun and the taunt increase are both necessary. I feel like one of those would be fine. 2 of them feels excessive.
Yeah.
It definitely is bordering on skill territory for me.
2 feels excessive.
And I will say, I do feel like okay, this is a very minor nitpick, but I have to mention it. The talents should be swapped. The first one should be talent 1, the second should be talent 2.
Yes,
Just from a
Straight
like,
up.
100%. Just
yeah,
UOL thing.
it is what it is. But yeah, again,
What
since we're
is
taking it at max,
phases?
it's not a major quibbling point. But if we're taking like it at each individual level, then it's like, oh, okay, we gotta start talking about this. But what's the ratio by?
This does seem like a very strong talent. I don't know if it's too strong, but talent 2 is like very good.
It goes up to what?
Talent 2 is really
18?
good.
18
Yeah.
res?
It's 18 res. I believe
It's
GG
not-
is also 18 res.
Wait, does Gigi ignore it or does she also reduce it?
She just ignores it.
Okay, yeah.
I
Like I
debate
think
that
Haze reduces it by 23%. So it's worse at low values, but in theory better at high values.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's like an unreasonable value, but it is a very good talent.
It is very good, yes. And it is just reduce enemy res, which is kind of insane now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Because it stacks with other res ignoring stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of
Mhm.
GG adjacent more than anything else.
Wait, yeah, and talent 1 isn't an AoE. No. Not. So
I do not read
I guess
Talent
you
1 as
also
an
do
AoE,
make it
yeah.
so your grounds targeting ops can hit air. That's really good.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty cool part.
Yeah.
You got the
That's cool.
I mean, outside of AoE, most of what is going on here just seems like GG but better.
Kind of.
Like,
basically,
this is better single target than GG, and talent 2 is just a better GG talent.
I'm kind of just against, like, again, my more thing is just kind of just against adding more util. Like, just extra util to me is just a lot of like, I'm not, like, it's not a long stun, it's not a lot of it, but it's the fact that it happens. And I'm just iffy on adding that level of util. Like, Inez doesn't do a whole bunch of, like, she doesn't do a big number of certain things, but she does a lot of it.
A bunch of small utility is greater than the sum of its parts.
Yeah. And that's what it
So I have
feels like.
I have a
It's just
question
constantly
to
there.
the both of you.
Mhm.
Sorry for interrupting, but I feel as if this is a little important. I feel, how do you read the embedding as for the drone releasing? Like when let's say the drone embeds itself onto a target, after the target dies, does the drone also quote unquote die or get destroyed, or does it return to the operator?
That's a good question, because the way I'm reading this, another drone
I would
is
assume
immediately
it
released.
dies.
Yeah.
I would assume it dies. Otherwise, you could have a lot of drones, and that would be very invalid.
that.
You have a freaking bee swarm, it's a swarm of angry bees just chasing someone.
No,
Release
you
the
actually okay.
bees!
Wait, you know the shoe event? You get to do that to the enemies.
It's like Mr. Bird's going, release the hounds, but the hounds have bees in their mouths. They release the dogs with the bees, so when the dogs bark, they release the bees.
So I feel like for me the biggest takeaways here are I like that it's similar-ish to the GG, but it gets rid of the RNG, and I think making kind of like an inverse levitate I think is pretty cool. That aside, I don't necessarily like how this is basically just GG but better.
Well, let's move along to the module, which is more tick damage and a longer pin. Okay. I mean, it's not like, it's pretty, nothing crazy excessive,
Yeah.
I guess. Alright, skills.
Oh, I need to zoom in for this.
Sorry.
Oh
I
boy.
tried my best, but I was like,
Global range, okay.
Oh, come on.
I mean, okay, at this point, all of the 6-star mecha cores have global
Okay,
range.
it is like an arts, like thorns damage kind of thing.
It's like, it's a variation on Lapball S1. Lapball S1 goes after
Move
stationary
speed
enemies.
reduction, enfeeble.
Increasing to 25% and then 50% enfeeble.
I don't like S1.
Really?
No, I don't think I do. Mostly because you only get it if, especially, okay, so at least for me personally, I think a skill 1 should always be an operator's like most basic general skill that you could use at E0. You shouldn't even need talents, right? This, in half the stages, you're just getting rid of your drones. Like, they don't do anything unless you're taking arts damage.
I guess the question is, does the ally have to take arts damage, or is
Because they don't attack normally.
No, I meant like does seek out enemies who deal arts damage to allies. So like, does the enemy have to deal arts damage to allies, or is it more just enemies who do arts damage? If that makes sense. It's like Lapball S1, but weirder. Like, to put it in perspective, since Lapball S1 I think is the best comparison for this. Lapball S1 is a stance swap. Lapball S1 is a stance swap. You basically either go into... You basically either have a stance where you release drones to attack enemies that are stationary, or or you just passively have +1 drone, right? If you're not in that stance. So
I have to point out that this matters. We know what it means, but all of these say DP instead of SP.
Oh, do they actually?
Oh my god.
Let me double check that. All right, let's just.
I think it's safe to assume
it's
you
SP.
don't need to spend DP, but it's funny.
I'm going to assume that this is SP.
I can't read.
Going to
Yay.
assume that X1 is wonky, I will say. Like,
I don't like
it's
S1
very
either.
conditional.
Yeah.
I don't think I like the conditions on it.
I think the debuffs are also pretty darn weird.
Don't
It's
mind
way
the
too-
feel.
It's way too conditional for the debuffs that are having, and the minus movement speed reduction feels weird because why would you want your ranged arts damage dealer on the enemy side to move slower and get more attacks off?
That really is a good point, especially because yeah, it literally doesn't do anything into melee.
It's like, or I was gonna say, alternatively, but melee, it's like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Walk
Actually, that's
slower
yeah.
while
Actually,
blocked?
even with the enfeeble, you're increasing DPS because you're reducing their arts damage by 15%, but then you're increasing it by 25% because they get 25% more attacks.
At least for the ranged ones.
Yeah, well, the melee ones don't matter though because they're not dealing
Yeah.
arts damage unless they're already at you.
Yeah.
So I guess they'll get debuffed with the enfeeble, but like then you're losing half the supposed value.
It's basically, I think my biggest quibble is really just the enemies who deal arts damage to allies. That part to me is just like, you probably could have made that a lot simpler, and I'd be way more okay with the effect.
I think that's the part that makes this not work, in my
Yeah.
opinion, because it makes it so, especially because again, I'm imagining this is your first 6-star on a new account, and you literally can't use their skill on most or any stages until like chapter 2 or 3 or something.
Mm-hmm. Like,
And then even then, the enemies that you're seeing for most, like, it takes a while, I think, before you find an enemy that deals melee arts damage. So most of your early experience is going to be buffing your enemies. I feel like a lot of the problems, both buffing them and the usability, would be fixed if you got rid of making it so they only get attacked if they deal arts damage.
yeah, I think if you fix that, that'd be a lot more. That'd be more usable. So, anywho, S2.
Let's see.
What's the attack function rules? Is this okay? This is a manual activation. Okay, draws perimeter around the air drone. Any enemy is immediately shadowed in, as well as being targeted by a drone. If no other enemy enters, another drone activates the target. I'm okay with that. I think, at least on first read. You meant
Wait,
it as
so-
those GG meant it as enemies who do arts damage get targeted. That makes more sense. That would make more sense.
It's a bit better. I still don't think I like it. Especially because, again, most of those enemies will still be ranged.
Mhm.
There, like, especially if you're ignoring events, it takes several chapters before there are melee arts enemies, I think.
Not only that, it even increases the DPS of the casters because the casters that you first show up that they teach you about are the ones that do damage in an area, the ones with the cross, the perpendicular ones, and this would make them get off more attacks.
Or the block at least, yeah.
Yeah, like,
Anywho, going back to S2 though.
okay, I will say, as an upside, the stupid Twilight of Walamond exploding shamans, this helps with those slightly, so point in its favor.
There we go.
Skill 2. Okay, so with skill 2, when they get targeted by a drone when they enter, I assume this doesn't go over the drone cap.
I would assume so too.
Okay.
Like, the drones are hovering and they're just waiting until someone walks in. And then the drone just goes,
Wait.
you! And then
Okay, wait, so do
jumps
your
them.
drones not attack, like, normal? Because it says another drone will activate if nothing has entered the range, which to me implies it's not already attacking something.
I think the condition is if there's only one enemy in range. Like, basically...
Yeah, I'm
if
just saying,
one-
they would already be attacking it, though, so what does activating it do?
Guess not, then. Like, I guess the drones are just hanging out. It's one at a time with the pins.
Or does it mean that every 3 seconds, you just have one of your drones pin it. I don't really get
The
how
wording's
this
a little
works.
confusing. The wording is
Yeah.
definitely a little confusing. So it's
Let's
just
see.
So 3 is 1 drone attacks, 3 seconds, 2 drones on the same target, there's only 1, and then 3. Okay. So basically the drones aren't attacking. Basically, you're only going to be attacked by 1 drone if there's only 1 enemy, and then you have to wait 3 seconds for your second drone to hit it, and then another 3 seconds for your third drone to hit it, if there's only 1 enemy in the area. If a second enemy walks in, then the second drone goes, okay, I'm going to go fuck up that guy then. And then so on and so forth for 3, and then if there's more than 3, then it's like, alright, GLHF. Okay, I see.
I will say these are very interesting durations and SP costs.
38-second duration. Let's see. I'm assuming it's probably something working around attack intervals. We have seen
Maybe.
that.
I'm actually checking that right now.
Yeah. Like, it might be attack
What
intervals.
is the attack interval of these? 1.3 seconds. It's what, 30, 38 was the duration?
So sorry, I'm just looking at S3 now, so it's fine.
You get 29.2 attacks.
0.2. Damn.
Oh, there's a little wiggle room for 29 attacks, I suppose.
So
I
let's
was
see
about
what
to
we
ask
got.
if skill 3 was perma bind, but it says later, oh hey, it can only max out at 18 seconds.
Damn.
So yes, it was perma bind.
I do think that, like, the idea of kind of leashing some enemies together to the, heaviest one, I think that's pretty interesting. It's a neat way to play around with enemy weight.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I like the hard code of like enemies that will only be able to balance for 18 seconds. And I'm just like, someone out there crowds there's like, damn, it's my fault, isn't it? But
okay, here's a question. Multi-tile enemies.
oh, true. That's an interesting.
If you target Quintus, do you bind the entire stage?
From what I understand about multi-tile enemies, it only appears like they're on multiple tiles, but they have like 1 tile. Like if you use Fartooth S3, you'll clearly see the arrow going to 1 specific tile.
It does do that, but at the same time, doesn't Yato S3 hit like every tile and absolutely melt it? Or am I crazy?
Does it? Let me test that out.
That's a good question.
I want to say I've seen that. I guess okay. Gladia S3 going off that's true. That makes me feel a little bit better about the interpretation.
Let me go
That
check
is-
it in
yeah.
Undertides real quick.
So S3 is more of a.
I think it's fair to assume it would work off the same logic as Gladia, if nothing else.
So S3 is more of like a. S3 feels more of a CC. Like this feels like a more CC oriented mech chord.
Yeah, no, it does work like that. Yeah, it does. I remember from whenever I've used Gladia against Quintus. Let's see.
This something feels more like a CC oriented S3. Just as
Yeah.
a whole, like just overall, it's very CC oriented as opposed to.
It does seem like there's some decent damage
Mhm.
from just being able to trigger your talent 1 on a bunch of different things.
By the way, for the Yato S3 thing, the answer is yes. It does completely shred Quintus.
I guess like there's a quote unquote sender, but because he counts as a whole, house worth of hitbox, in terms
Yeah.
of tiles occupied, it counts for Yato purposes. I guess if that makes sense.
Honestly, I don't know. And don't get me wrong. I like the leashing enemies together. I think that's fun.
Mhm.
It just I don't know how much I can really shake that this doesn't also kind of just feel like Golden Glow, but a little bit better.
Different flavor.
Like you get +2 drones, you
Mhm.
get extra attack, you get global range, your explosion talent procs more often, and now it also does an AoE though, which Golden Glow already got.
Mhm.
And then you also get CC, which It just feels a little too much like Golden Glow.
Golden Glow Plus. It's the
My-
premium version
my-
of Golden Glow.
My critique for this is the same as my critique for the Summoner Medic from earlier, is that it feels like Golden Glow, but different, only because it needs to be different. Like, he did not differentiate it enough.
Yeah.
I think the first one differentiated enough, but debatably too heavy for the medic one. I think that one differentiated, but it differentiated in a method that was too heavy-handed for my liking.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed, because it is different, and I don't think that you have to try to go for, oh, it has to be super 100% unique. I don't think that's the problem here. Or I don't think that's a problem in OC Contest stuff. I'll say Quacker. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. Like, it doesn't need to be unique for the sake of being unique, because that has its own fair share of problems. But again, like Spipley is saying, if it's too similar, that's an issue as well. Which,
Yeah.
in the case of the S3, that does look a bit like this might be a case of.
And again, it's not even necessarily that it's like one particular thing feels. It's like S1. Well, I think a Talent 1 rather. I think I like the Talent 1 more than Golden Glow's version, but it's just a version. Talent 2 is just the same thing as Golden Glow's, except it's Shred instead of Ignore. S3 checks basically all of the same boxes, just with a different talent and then a different CC effect. So it's like,
yeah, I can see what you're going for here. Well, we can save those points for individual judging.
yeah.
Point wise, because we do need to continue scooching along. All right, what we got for our lower summary here? What do we have? Oh, Witch King remnants. Yeah, and as always, let me know when you're ready to go on to page 2. I'm also still reading, so.
I am ready.
Is it bad that I'm just like, surely Spipley is a Lithanian expert because of all the goats that are involved there?
I haven't even read Lingering Echoes, much less the other one.
Fraud! Goat fraud! I declare goat fraud!
I'm good to move on.
I declare
If
goat
you haven't
fraud!
read Lauren H's, you're not alone.
I think
declare goat fraud!
it is. Lithanian is easily one of the countries I know I know a lot of its general gist, but I don't know a lot of the specifics.
Spipley is hyper-focused on only the goats she likes.
Hey, I like Lithanian. Again, Carnelian is there, Earth Spirit is there. I just,
Like I said,
it took me a long time to get Ebenholtz, and I was salty, and I didn't read his event, and I haven't gotten around to it.
like I said, specifically the goats that you particularly like, not necessarily the rest of the story.
Yeah.
By the way, GG, if you had anyone in mind for doing the voice lines, let me know. Just let us know. Alrighty, let me know when we're ready to go on.
Okay, I think it's fine. Yeah, I'm good.
I am ready as well.
I can't do a German accent.
I don't think any of us can without sounding like just turbo stereotypical German.
I don't think I could even pull off the
And I'm like,
stereotypical
I'm not sure how much stereotypical German I want to sound. I'm gonna be real here. Because, like, I could do... Oh, Christ, it's fully German. Damn it. I think I'm getting thrown out of the... I'll just bite the bullet. I'm not gonna do the... I will not do an exaggerated stereotypical German accent. Because I'd rather not piss off every German on the planet.
It's okay.
And if I butcher the German, I apologize in advance. Doctor, thank you for taking the time to visit. No, I don't need anything. You probably have better things to do, though. Do you believe in destiny, Doctor? It would be comforting to think that your song has already been written and is simply being performed as it is on the sheet. But the thought is terrifying to me. Terrifying and very real. I miss my violin, but I understand why you would not trust me with one. Ball intact mein Ladies. I think that's how you pronounce that? I don't know, or I fucked it up real bad. One of the two. I never thought I could find such resonance with Rhode Island. Wunderbar. I know how to do that one, at least. I apologize to every German in existence. Not German, still offended. You know what? I apologize to everyone in general that they had to hear that. You're right.
I'm glad you did it, because I probably would have said, like, Wonderbar or something.
Wunderbar sounds like an 80s bar. Like,
It
Wonder
does.
Space Bar. I don't know why. That's where my mind just immediately beeline to. Just like, Wonder Bar. It's like, I don't know, an extra happy bar or something. Oh, we're chocolate. That's true. It also does sound. Is that like Willy
Yeah.
Wonka's next chocolate brand? This is my Wonder Bar made by the Oompa Loompas of Latanian. Alright. Who wants to start us off with points?
I can start off.
Go for it.
I think the lore was fine. I'll give it a 1.5. Going for I'm going to jump to the kit and the quote unquote what do you call it? Just a kit. It's fine. You met the baseline. I just don't think it's very creative per se. The only thing I think that's very nice about it is the embedding part. Everything else is just more or less really basic. So I'll give Kit a 1.5. You met the standard, right? For the balance, I think the balance is a little bit all over the place. We've got Talent 1 and Talent 2 being really good. We have Skill 1 being very weird, and Skill 2 and Skill 3 being very good. So I'll give balance a 1.7.
1.7?
And for cohesion and integration, I feel as if the same critique is there from balance, in where skill 1 is sort of the outlier again, where even though it is cohesive with the rest of the kit, it's just very weird, right? And we have the technology to make this operator work. So I'll give the cohesion and integration a 1.5.
1.5. Alright, so that's a 6.2 from Boop. Spiffy,
Right,
do you mind going next?
I'll go next.
Thank you.
I think for the lore, I thought it was pretty solid. I don't know too much about all the Lithanian stuff to fully appreciate or tell how accurate it was or nitpick it like I have with some of the Iberia stuff. But I think overall it was pretty good. I mean, it seems consistent for what I know we know. I'll give it a 2. I think it was pretty solid. Then for I'll go to cohesion and integration next. So cohesion, I don't know if a lot of it really felt like it fit too much. Like, I think the different skills would trigger your talent 1, but that aside, it doesn't really feel like there was too much of a consistent theme going on past that. But I think the biggest thing for me is I'll look at integration, not necessarily in terms of mechanics, but into how it fits on the game from like a wider view. And that I think this doesn't really work unless you immediately E2 them. Because I think skill 1, especially if you're a newer player not doing like niche stuff or something, is non-functional. You basically don't have a skill. And then your talent 2 is also making reference, or your talent 1 is making reference to your talent 2, which it could be like an E2 upgrade or something in theory, but at least kind of thinking of all that together, it doesn't feel like it fits into like the wider game as much. So I think I'll give it a 1.2, mostly because of the skill 1.
1.2, gotcha.
Balance? I mean, I think for the most part, I think the balance seemed fine outside of the weak skill 1.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll just give it a 1.5. I think there's not too much in either direction. Kit, I like the tethering mechanic. I think that's really cool, and I like how you kind of, in my opinion, fixed the Golden Glow RNG procs. I think that's like an interesting way of doing it. That said, a lot of it really just kind of feels like Golden Glow, but a little bit different. So, I think I'll give it a 1.
1. Right, so that's a 5.7 from Spipley, as Blue is levying accusations that Spipley is an Iberia mastermind.
It's my second favorite faction, what can I say?
So
It might be my favorite faction. It's my first or second favorite.
Fake goat? Fake goat? Fake goat man? Oh no.
One of these days, we'll get an Iberian goat, and it's gonna be amazing.
One day.
Alright. I'll start off with lore. I think the lore... I think it fits. I'm not seeing anything glaring that's like, oh, what the hell is this? So I believe that the lore should fit fine. I like what you're going for with the lore. I will say, again, just as an overall, like, this continues to follow the lore aspect where it's like, or at least personality-wise for the operator, where it's just like, they're either very happy or they're introverted and or sad. Like, this does not break from that trend still. That being said, it works, it functions. The personality's pretty chill. Also, you know, like I need to go speaking German. I'm like, yes, I do like that, just from personal perspective. So I'll give it a 1.7. And then, from a kit perspective, it does feel similar to GG specifically, that S3, and it's how some of it functions. Which, again, it's not a bad thing to have it be similar to a baseline, but I would have liked to see you stretch maybe a little more creativity, like just a little bit more, instead of like, okay, this is GG, but let me tweak this aspect of it. Maybe like overall concept, but tweak different parts of, I don't know. Like, I think you could have gone a little more outside the box. Like, staying in the box isn't a bad thing. Like, I think I'll give the kid a 1.5. Like, you stayed in the box, it works. There's nothing about it that doesn't work that's like, I just think you could have stretched your legs a bit more. Cohesion, I think for the most part, I think it should work fine. I don't really see any issues with cohesion integration. I'm not seeing anything that's particular, like, oh, this is really well done. So, I'll give it like another 1.5 on that end. As for the balance itself, S1 feels very wonky with the way it's written because it's seeking out enemies who do art. Like, it's very limiting, right? It's very limiting. Like, even Lapland, even Lap alts S1, like, yes, if you activate the skill, you target enemies that are sitting still. But that's way less of a condition because you can just toggle out of it. It's a stance toggle. This is, you activate it, and I feel like you might unironically do less damage with the drones to a degree. Like, S1 just feels wonky, right? Like, S2 feels way more usable than S1 is. And then S3 is, again, it is similar to Golden Rule, like what Swiftly was saying. But again, I don't think the balance is like, again, it's not that it's bad. It's just, it's there. It's like tweaks, basically. So again, I will just baseline this one with a 1.5. So this will be a 6.2 for me. Basically, my 6.2s is, if I can't particularly find anything wrong, but I can't really find anything that I particularly like, I'm just like, okay, that'll be my baseline. That gives us an 18.1 overall, which I think means we somehow have a tie. We do have somehow have a tie again, but it's really an OC contest at this point. We don't somehow finagle a tie out of this.
Listen, number 16 is going to be a 28.3. Calling it now.
We'll find out.
Surely.
Surely. 9 and 10 are functionally the same. Basically just alphabetical purpose at that point, but 9 and 10 are functionally the... Alright, anyhow, where's Lasat? Lasat's like, alright. Yeah, sorry, the reason why I had to, I'll go first. Lasat sent me a couple of skill icons that I had to, I should say try to sneak in somehow. So, yeah. Let me clear out these out. On the other hand, I can't mess up the name this time. Either way, it's Lasat. One way or another, it is Lasat. Yeah, I don't think I'd quite... Actually, hold on, let me see if I... Hold on, give me a quick
I'm
second.
concerned.
You all
Try
like
to-
insanity? Oh boy.
Hold on, I'm
Let's see
trying
this.
to finagle. Trying to just finagle, see if I can finagle the skill.
I'd really
icon
like
into
if this
place.
wasn't Lasat, someone else just made Lasat.
Someone, Lasat. It's like, it's actually not Lasat. It's Lasat, but made by like Skami or something.
I mean, that was part of like the first contest where we had someone made by someone else, and then that won the OC contest.
No, but not to the level of like it wasn't to the level of an actual person made by someone else.
Fair.
'Cause the first winner was Gobo.
Where's just a theme of pick an Arknights content creator and make an operator out of them?
I don't know,
Wasn't
worst
there a
idea.
guy on Twitter making E2 art
I
for
did see that.
Arknights content creators?
It's gonna be Lasat by Lasat.
Lasat, are you a Liberty IRL?
Lasat, are you a burb? Lasat, are you a
No,
burb?
no, Lasat just likes shiny things.
Are you a burb? Are you sure you're not a burb? Did Zai make you? Did Zai create you?
Looking at this, I'm trying to decide if this is an isekai or not already.
I'm
Anatomical
going
structure.
to say no.
Oh, no. Lasat is actually a Damazdi cluster.
Oh, wait, anatomical structure is wait,
yeah.
what?
He's basically
Grace okay.
masquerading as a crow.
I see.
So you're one of the various Damazdi fragments. If I remember my Damazdi lore
Right.
right, there is a singular Damazdi cluster, but they kind of fragment each other off into
Yeah,
groups.
yeah,
If I
yeah.
remember my Damazdi right, before the Sarkaz enthusiasts come and slaughter me.
No, that's
We
correct.
have a
transgressions.
ritualist.
Star Virtuoso Virtuosa would be your comp here.
Okay, we
Oh
have-
god, Lasat put 4 modules. Oh god.
Oh my god.
He has the IS
Okay.
mod too. He went
Oh
all
my
out.
god.
Lasat is KDA all out.
What? Let's see.
Alright,
What are my virtuoso stats?
This is basic. This is on par. It's
Alright.
Okay, cool.
this is on par.
We have icons. We have icons. The Talon icon, by the way, that's Magus. That's the elemental damage. Because ritualists, so they'll have elemental damage.
Okay. Still not active.
Unable. Oh, interesting.
Okay.
It dealt his elemental injury and attacks it
Loads.
Magus for 5 seconds. So Magus.
Not a lot of
is-
elemental damage.
Is unable to attack when skill is not active. You could have just made a primal phalanx caster then.
Wait, what's the duration on the burst?
15-second cooldown. So I'm assuming it's 15 seconds to wind
Okay.
down. So once it pops, you have 15 seconds where they
That's a
can't
very
do-
powerful debuff.
Wait, yeah, holy crap.
I like how it's
Actually-
reduced. Hold on. I like how it's reduced enemy movement speed by 80% and not slow.
Nope.
Oh,
Because
true.
It will probably affect almost every enemy. I think it's only like one or maybe one or two that it doesn't affect.
Listen, it gets around that stupid deer from IS3.
IS3, IS4.
Yeah, same thing.
There's a deer in
Fundamentals never
IS4.
What is sea animals? The other one is Eldritch D. Actually, okay, fair enough. I see your point. Infused elements of enemy has taken a different element. The elemental injury rate gets a highlight of 50% of the elemental injury will still be dealt to the element. The element burst trigger. Burst effect, the infused element is triggered as well.
When it comes to elemental injury, it doesn't matter what the source is. They just get elemental injury. It's just whenever the elemental burst is triggered, they can only take one of the effects.
No, I believe that's incorrect. As in, I think it's they have separate proc bars. Like Necrosis
Well, no, I
proc
think-
bar and Fire proc bar are different, if I remember right.
I
Just
don't
as an in
believe
general situation.
No.
I don't
Because I
believe
know.
so.
So I'm trying to remember if it's one proc bar and it's just whoever. Because I don't
Well,
think it's whoever
at
gets the
least
last
for
hit.
the sake of argument, for like the specific op, it has the thing where they can make it so an enemy will take both.
Oh no. That's not for your case. Yeah, I know what your case is. Like you basically can get the you can basically just proc mag. Like I believe I remember it's half magus. I
Wait,
think
where
you can proc.
where
both.
does the infuse come from actually? Do
Uh,
skills do that?
I'm
'Cause
assuming
I
it's when you're attacking when the skill is active. That's my assumption. Because you can
'Cause-
only attack when skill is active. So
Well, no. I mean the infuse element thing, which makes it so that both effects trigger. I would have to assume that's a status effect because by default, I don't think that happens.
yeah.
But I don't see anything that would apply that to anything.
It just says attacks have the ability to infuse magus.
Wait.
To infuse.
Oh, is that what that?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I think. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Basi-
I get it now.
Yeah, basically the way for elemental bars as a whole in the game, just overall, this is like stepping aside for a second, just if you have someone trying to proc necrosis, say you have someone trying to proc burn damage at the same time, the one that will appear, I think what Amber's saying is that the one that is closer to procking will be the one that shows up. And it'll like change back and forth depending on which one is the one most likely to proc. But you can only, but once one is procced, the other one cannot proc until the cooldown is over. I think, if I remember my elemental damage correctly.
Today I learned.
Like you can't proc both at the same time, if that makes sense. At least in current Arknights, standard Arknights, outside of Lasat.
Okay, so you can just sit there overcharging and AFKing without activating skill, and just become a pretty reasonable SP battery, and then make any operator into a ritualist.
It's actually
Two operators into a ritualist.
Oh.
That seems... I will have to see the skills if they make me not want to turn all of my operators into ritualists.
Oh, it does clear all injuries. Yeah, so okay, so basically you don't want two different elements attacking the same thing because it just gets wonky in a bad way. Okay, just as a general part. So, overcharge.
Yeah, I think the skills need to be pretty good for me to
operators with
not
that
want all
and
of...
can infuse magic. Interesting.
Like, I just imagine this with like a high, like, with like a fairly high damage, like, sniper or caster, they could probably proc the burst, like, basically 100%, 80% slow uptime.
There's a 15-second cooldown, so you're not gonna have perma uptime, but yeah.
Well, it lasts 15 seconds, doesn't it?
Oh, that sure it does. So it's like, oh god, yeah. Wait, yeah. Blech. Blech.
Okay, apparently, according to Lasat, it's supposed to only do that while the skill is active. That is not what it says here, so we have to go off of
We
that.
have to go off what it said, because I think I wasn't sent anything different, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I was just sent skill icons. This is what it's here.
Oh, wait. Wait.
If overcharge skill is
wait.
activated, yeah.
So
You have
it's
to...
a different conditional. Okay, it's
Yeah.
a different conditional. So they get... Okay, so it's Carnelian talent with upside when charged. Overcharged.
And counter disappears once the skill ends.
Okay, Carnelian power creep, unbelievable. 0 out of 10. How could you do this, Lasat?
Before we go into 4 modules, I would like to preface this with God damn it, Lasat's Lasat. Alright, anyhow.
Okay.
So more elemental injury against elite and boss enemies, and then they gain... Okay, so this is the talent 2 buff, where Is that more? Okay, hold on. Let me see what it's the effect. So it's 5 seconds instead of. Oh,
Wait,
it's up to
what's the
5
4
seconds.
seconds? Wait.
4 seconds, I'm assuming is level 2. Yeah, level 2 to level 3 is what's showing. So 4 seconds level 2, 5 seconds level 3. It's increased infused Magus time, basically. It's 3 base.
Wait, I thought they.
Level 2 goes up to 4
Wait,
seconds.
I thought it lasted as long as the skill lasts. Wait.
The infused Magus is not as long as their skill lasts. It's the status itself. The status itself is the SP bat. Is SP bat, and then getting it, like, I'm assuming that as soon as you get it, that's when you get 3 to 5 seconds of infused.
So when you activate skill, you have 3 seconds of being a ritualist.
5 with module, but yes. But the SP bat stays until Lasat's skill ends.
Okay, wait, no. So it's they get a status applied that lets them take 2 elements at once, and that status lasts for 3 seconds.
Up to 5.
What
with
happens
module,
if
but
you're
yes.
doing that and then you drop the status?
The infused magic, you bonk the enemies. As in, like, what do you mean?
Okay. I'm confused by what would happen if this drops. If, like, because I think if you're at like 999 thing and you have like both effects active, like if you have like both effects like stored up or whatever, and then you drop to 999, like you're at 999 and you drop the infuse, what sticks? Does the first one stick or does the Magus stick?
Well, it should be the first one, whichever one procs first.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be the one that procs.
Okay.
If
I think
right.
I'm seeing this now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll continue to say, God damn it, Lasat. With this whole double stack. Like, we barely got elemental injury, and now we're trying to stack 2 of them together. God damn it, Lasat.
Listen, I think I said something yesterday about this seeming like Limbus with its status effects. This is like Limbus.
Yeah. Thought Sealsville game. So it's another talent to Finagly. Yeah, it's another talent to Finagly. This is now. Oh, this is the more SP bat. Okay, this is more SP bat for the Y bot.
Lasat has conceived an idea most ingenious. Let's see.
There's a lot of things. You can proc 2 statuses at once. Perhaps just a little bit. It's a little wordy for saying.
Okay,
you can double
so Mod Y is just a better SP battery.
yeah, better SP bat. And then now we have a Delta bot, which buffs your talent 1, which is.
When skill is active, reveal invisible enemies. Okay.
So you've taped Tsukinogi S1 to all the skills. With the Delta mod.
Tsukinogi lovers in shambles.
You have stapled a Tsukinogi S1 to all your skills with the Delta mod. I believe. And then you have more infuse, well, not more you have more elemental damage and longer infused magus. Okay. Okay, maybe not entire. Maybe not entire Tsukinogi, so when you just staple an enemy reveal to all your skills. And then, alright, IS, okay, as the resident, apparently as one of the resident IS crackheads. That's
Oh, it just changes the entire talent, so you can attack like normal now.
What? Talent 1 has changed. Lasat, what the fuck did you do? 30% attack. It attacks it.
What's this random Seaborn hate?
Wait, yeah, what does Seymour do to you? Wait, hold on. Wait, yeah, what does Seymour do to you? Are you just like sticking double barrel middle finger? Are you just sticking
all
double
my
barrel middle
homies
fingers
hate the
at IS3?
Seaborn.
But only at IS though. You can't do it at regular. You can only do this at IS3.
Oh my god.
The Seaborn must pay. They scammed me. It's like, damn, alright. All Seaborn hate is random. Yeah, but this is like more random Seaborn hate. Like, usually
listen, the Seaborn have made some of my favorite ops sad. Therefore, they're bad.
Exactly.
I will say, god damn it, Lasat. Your Leela has Saber because IS3. Fair, but also god damn it, Lasat. We also have a summon, by the way.
Oh my god, there's.
Yes, we do.
Again, god damn it, Lasat.
Okay.
We'll probably figure out what this does later, because I don't think this was involved in any of the skills or talent, or any of the talents or mods.
Okay, I will say that's elemental damage, not injury.
Oh yeah, elemental damage. Mhm. Also, I will say, Lasat is the reigning champion of God damn it, I have to add more slides than what I usually plan for. So when do we get to the skills? Now. How many pages Opt have? 11. Most people have 8. I'd like to add. Most people
Okay.
have 8.
Oh, this is a weird range. Okay.
What the hell is that range?
Interesting.
I don't know, but you lose tiles in the forward direction.
You gain them to the side. You basically trade some range. You basically trade some forward range for being extra wide. Loses.
Oh my god, you turn all of your
lose-
ops into true AoE, what?
Wait.
Oh no, that's yourself. That's yourself. Okay,
no,
thank
Lasat
god.
is
thank
no,
god.
Lasat
Okay.
does it, but you start killing your allies.
Wait, this is still this. Okay, okay.
And then if you overcharge it, okay, that's the expanded range. Okay, no, that's the expanded range.
Wait, why do you reduce your attack or like your target count with overcharge?
That is a
Yeah.
question.
Wait. What?
Wait.
Because at first you're true
no,
AoE.
I'm a fraud.
No wait. It's not true AOE. They just don't attack off
No, they
skill.
Well,
No, you attack all
You
enemies
attack
in
on
range
skill.
constantly.
you attack. You can
Wait.
attack on
What?
skill.
Why would you do that?
You attack on skill?
You
You don't attack off
and
skill.
you already get. Wait, no, you also get a lower attack buff. So all
Huh?
you're doing
you-
is getting an extra 5 seconds, but you're getting worse in every other
Wait,
regard.
Lasat, did you type this wrong? Well, then again, I
Is
guess
this
if you're
the other way
hold
around?
on. When you overcharge, you grant it to allies. Reminder: when you overcharge, you grant to allies.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
So
That's
that
right,
probably
that's
explains
right,
why the
that's
buff
right.
is there. That's probably why explains why it's written
Okay.
like that. Hold on, no. It
I
actually.
will say I don't know if you. Wait. Okay. Oh wait. Yeah. Because your attacks are already applying like a lot of elemental injury.
The constantly throws me off. I'm gonna be real.
I
The
don't
constantly part
think
throws me
you
off.
necessarily need the allies.
Lasat, you confused me with this.
I'm
But
confused.
I see what you're cooking with the charge skill with like they do less, but it's because you're buffing 2 allies. Constantly like Purgatory S2. Ah. Oh. It
The
is
icons are
constant
cool.
tick. Okay. Okay, so the charge one you don't kill your ops.
Okay.
Alright.
Skill 2.
They'll like just the oh
Isn't it-
no, I'm a fraud.
Isn't Purgatory S2 every half second? Like,
Something
isn't
like
it?
that.
so.
It's just the way it's written. Elemental or attack interval increase, attack range expands, so same attack range, yes.
So you get a 200% arts AoE on top of your normal arts attack. I'm reading this correctly?
I believe so, because you attack normally.
And the okay, I'm assuming splash range is the splash radius.
Yeah. Deals additional 50% of attack as elemental damage, triggering Imagine elemental burst, summons. Oh, so that's how you get the summon. Okay.
Oh, this is ammo.
Grants 27 ammo
Wait.
skill ends when ammo is used. Yeah, it's an ammo skill.
I'm confused.
It's an ammo skill.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't put a space bar here. That's
Okay,
on me.
okay.
That
That
probably
helps.
makes more sense now.
Manually deactivated.
Let's just say there was a bit of how do I manage to fit this without adding like 15 more slides going on here, or try to make it legible.
Okay.
Charged is you stop attacking for 8 seconds. You summon it on 3 heaviest enemies. With manually activated, they blow up and deal elemental damage. Okay, so you basically, as soon as you proc the elemental injury, you stop it and go kaboom. All of you eat damage. All right,
I think.
I think at least. Once again, say, God damn it, Lasat.
I
Remember-
can't confidently say I know what is going on with any of this. But I think I'm ready for skill 3.
I have an
I'm
idea.
ready for skill
I
3
have an
too.
idea of what's going on. It took like 2 or 3 read through. Oh, global attack range. Oh, lovely.
Oh,
3 seconds per attack.
okay.
3 seconds per attack, so you get 20. You
Mm,
get under 20 attacks if you don't overcharge. Oh, you're doing splash damage, and you're some.
Okay, I think fear might be our unofficial theme.
Yeah, that's a lot of things. We
People really like fear. This
everyone
time
has a
around.
new. Everyone has a new mechanic. People got a new mechanic, so they really want to play with it now. But it's only one elemental burst triggers, so it's not. You're not just slapping fear on anything. You look at it. You look at.
I mean, well,
Yeah, blue. I think you're free. I think I need to change that to Lasat now.
the thing is though, the attacks deal splash damage.
Yeah, plus you passively get your summons, which will be dealing elemental damage. On top of your... So they're dealing like 600 effectively true damage per second.
Effectively.
And then if you're charged, so 4 operators instead of 2 gain the cater, and then they get 30 ASPD, and the skill duration is increased, so 60 seconds instead of 50 seconds.
On one hand, this seems insanely strong.
I mean, if it's an overcharge, don't you have to wait 100 seconds?
I don't think you overcharge this. I think this overcharge is a trap.
The overcharge is a trap. Why would you overcharge this?
This is me. The enemies have elemental resistance in the future. I see. Duly noted.
I mean, they probably will
but enemies
eventually.
now don't have elemental resistance, so this is just a fuck ton of true damage.
You will charge your overcharge a little bit faster because you do get cater after.
And that's the but the thing is, so this is one thing that people get wrong about Carnelian is you don't always need to overcharge her,
You don't
especially
always need
skill
to.
3s. Most of the time, you don't need to overcharge skill 3. I think this is a similar thing where feeling the need to overcharge is just a trap.
Yeah. I think the only one who quote unquote needs to overcharge is Tequila.
I will say, Carness 2 with overcharge is actually hype as fuck. But yeah, it's like...
I'm inclined to agree. I have kind of fallen for the Carness 2 propaganda. I'm gonna be
Like,
real.
don't get me wrong.
Really?
If you can, it is good to be able to overcharge, but it's not worth, like... most of the time, the benefit doesn't matter that much. Right? Like, if an enemy is going to be dying in 2 or 3 hits of a Carness 3 anyway, the overcharge doesn't matter at all. And I think this is like a similar thing where you're already getting a bunch of global AoE true damage and fears and slows. I don't think you care about spending an extra 50 seconds to get 30 AS, or like an extra like 30 seconds even, for a bit of attack speed and 2 other operators to have a buff.
Yeah. Like, Alright, well...
I guess you also get 10 extra seconds on the duration, but that doesn't seem necessary.
It also doesn't seem worth it, because you could just charge it for 50 seconds, activate the skill, and then after it goes on cooldown, you can SP battery it back, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, in the interest of time, let's move on to lore. Unless there's anything we want to revisit before we go to lore.
I think we're good for lore.
Alright.
Yeah.
So take your bets. Is this going to be an isekai or is this not going to be an isekai? Take your bets.
If it's Demazti, that leads me to believe it's not an isekai, which means it might not get a 0.
Lasat, you're safe. You're safe, Lasat.
It's not an isekai. Woo!
Ooh.
You're safe, Lasat. You're safe. Swiftly was like, I saw Lasat make Lasat, now I'm scared.
I've been prepping all day to like ready myself mentally to be able to give another 0.
Prep all day. How could Lasat? How could you?
You
Actually,
don't
not
like
really, yeah, no, no, no.
isekai? Oh, we have a man of culture, I see.
Anyhow.
Let's see.
Anyhow. Ah, so this is
You know, Angelina
hot
would
one.
get mentioned.
Nice.
Lasat, if Angelina didn't get mentioned, I'd start calling him a fraud. I'd straight up be like, you're not Lasat. Who made this? Tell the truth. Alright. Then again, he messed up Angie's S3 range, so I mean, he's like half a fraud, I suppose.
Alright, Cal yapping is Cal yapping. I'm good to move on.
Yep.
Where's the Gilberta mention? I think Lasat would purge you from the planet for mentioning Gilberta in the same
Gilberta.
sentence.
Gilberta? Who's Gilberta again?
Don't worry about it.
Completely different person from Angelina, and it sounds like I'm
Totally.
saying that ironically. That is true. She is very different.
But also, Lasat would probably purge you from the earth if you called Angelina Gilberta. Like,
Oh,
Captain
Gilberta is
Separation.
Gilberta
It's
is
Enfield's Angelina.
Enfield.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
However, she's not named Angelina, but shares the vision, so Lasat would probably purge you from the earth. Was this contest theme? Nope, that's the funny part. We just keep
It's
getting beer.
unofficially themed.
Beer keeps showing up. Alright, so we got... Lasat, why are you...
Trespass on a number of areas. Okay, then.
Lasat, why are you chanting your inner Mission Impossible? Why are you like this, Lasat? I mean, understandable. I kind of want to poke around too, but...
Furnace syndrome.
You're so bad. Now I just feel bad. I'm just reading the first paragraph from the summary. Now I just feel bad. No, I'm bad. It's like, bruh. Look at this man.
God.
Let me know when you guys are ready to go to voice lines. Lasat, genuine question. Did you want to like hop in to do your own voice lines? Just genuine curiosity. Like, I'm gonna allow it if you want to do your own voice lines. Cause like, ain't nobody can be Lasat but Lasat.
That is true. Oh, or not.
that's a
Okay,
mage.
who has to?
Fraud.
Who do you think is the best?
Bro, you wanna show-
design?
oh,
Hey,
yeah, let's
you
go.
know what?
Yeah,
you know
that's
what?
sure, let's go.
All
right, let's go.
Okay, get it here.
Okay, well, I'm good to move on.
Alright, cool.
Same here.
I'm kidnapping Lasat for a brief moment, if I remember how. Come here, Lasat.
He needs to join a voice channel. Then you can just move him.
Yeah, Lasat, just join the voice chat. I'll move you in. Make him judge his own OC. No, we're not gonna make him do that. We're kidnapping Lasat. All right, let me see. Where's my move button? Here we are. Come here, Lasat. We've dragged a Lasat in.
Yes.
We've dragged in a Lasat. His
Hello?
Fugi isn't gonna be here, but can you guys hear Lasat?
I can hear Lasat.
I hear Lasat, but I'm also in the
Test
call.
test is my audio.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, looks like everyone can hear you. All right. The stream is currently showing your voice lines. Let me know if you need me to send anything to you.
I'm just waiting on things to load in. My
Understandable.
internet isn't exactly great.
I can send you the text too if that'd be easier for you. Do you want me to send the text to you, Lasat, so it'd be easier for you to read? I can just DM this to you. Here, let me just... There you go. There's your voice lines. In case the loading takes like 8 years.
Oh god. Give me a moment again. Alright, there. It's visible now. Alright. But to say that physical documents are still used here. Despite how archaic it is, physical paper isn't so easily altered. Or fabricated or even falsified, unlike original-based archival processes. My feelings for Angelina? It's pretty obvious, but I don't feel like love is quite the right term for it. If I had to put it to words, I guess being around her simply brings me a simple kind of joy. I don't think I have any words to say other than thank you. I pray that whatever expectations you put on me, that I may live up to them. May the visions and revelations in my dreams be merely just that, simply no more than dreams that will never occur just for another day. This book? It's just a plain old book that's been with me for as long as I can remember. From uncommon vernacular, myths and legends all over Terra, and a few vivid dreams I managed to able to note down, and a lot of terrible sketches. Can you see it? I suppose there's no harm if you took a gander at it. Alright, let's see. Is it a case of flawed timings, unfavorable probability, or was it always part of the plan to let them go?
Woo! Let's get a round of applause for Lasat. We kidnapped
Ooh.
Lasat to voice Lasat. Let's go! Actually, I think that's the first time I've heard you speak, Lasat.
Wookie, you've heard me sing, so I don't think you can say that.
You're right.
Oh,
You're right. I
You
have.
heard me sing me up in Woods twice, I think. Yeah, you
You're
heard
right.
me
I
sing it twice.
have. Look, sometimes short memory happens and things happen like that. Thank you, Lasat. Thank you. Thank you. All right, fellow
No problem.
judges, we are ready to go to judging.
let's go.
Let's get a big thank you
Yeah.
for Lasat again for actually coming in and just saying, all right, screw it, I'm doing it. Good job, Lasat. All right, who wants to start us off points?
I'll start off.
All right.
Lore's cool. I'll give lore 2.5 because we have a lot of the lore without it being very vague and stereotypical, I feel.
Mhm.
Right? And it leaves room for interpretation without it being too mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
For cohesion and integration, I do feel like it does fit into the game. I do feel like it does. Actually, hold on. Can I see skill 1 and 2 again, please? I'm sorry.
Don't worry, I have a feeling we're probably going to be bouncing back to this a couple times.
Yeah.
Alright, this is a ritualist. For some reason, I got it into my head that this was another mecha chord with global range. My bad. I do see this being in the game. I do think there is a little bit of, sort of like clashing, not ideologies, but clashing, attributes of the operator. For example, they have the Phalanx caster trait of not attacking while their skill is not activated. I feel like this didn't have to be a ritualist. This could have been a Phalanx caster that does elemental damage and elemental injury, right? You could flavor it either way.
Mhm.
And I feel as if that takes away from the operator if I can and sort of tweak some things around and it would come out the same, right?
Mhm.
So I think that does take away from the cohesion and integration a little bit. I will give cohesion and integration a 1.5 though, because I do think you met the baseline. For the balance, I do think this operator is very powerful, especially with the fact that you can put 2 elemental damage effects at once, and the amount of damage S3 can pop out. I'll put balance at a 2, simply because we have a lot of overpowered stuff, but I don't feel as if this is egregiously overpowered to the point where it is game changing, right? Because even though S3 is very overpowered, it's not something that could what do you call it, map wipe, essentially, right? I mean, it could map wipe, but it wouldn't solo the map, if that makes sense.
There's a degree of map wipery.
Yeah. As for the kit, I like the kit. I'll give the kit a 2.5. It's very nice. It's not something we've seen before, and at the same time, it's keeping within the scope of the game and what the game has, while also bringing new things to the table.
So it's an 8.5 from Boot for Lasat. Who else wants to judge Lasat next?
Okay, well, for the lore, I'm happy. It's not an isekai. That said, I think There could have been a little bit more done with it in some places, like, you know, the Damaz team mentioned, that didn't seem to come up too much, but I think it's not, like, too big a deal. Overall, I think it was, you know, it was fairly interesting and stuff, though. I'll give it a 1.8, I think. For cohesion and integration, I think one of the bigger things that stands out to me for the integration, I guess, I don't know, maybe this could go in kit, but I'll count it for this. I don't think I like how much elemental damage, but not elemental injury this operator does. I think that should, like, I think it's bad enough that we have so many non-primal casters or primal, like other new primal archetypes, you know, if it's like Defender or whatever, right? I think Ritualist should stick to doing, like, injury, and I feel like a lot of this just kind of skips the support that, like, you might want someone else to do, right? Especially because some of the numbers are, like, really big. Mostly on that S3. And then I think there's also, like, it's a little weird with the multiple effects stacking, but overall, I think everything fits in, you know, fairly well, and it's all formatted correctly and all that stuff. So ultimately, I don't think it, like, anything gets broken. So I'll give it just a 1.5. Balance, I think for the most part it's fine. I think the debuff on the elemental effect is really strong, even without pairing it with something else. Like, for reference, the Necrosis one halves enemy attack, but also it scales back over the course of 10 seconds. So this does do less damage. It's more debuff focused, but it might be a little much, but I think overall it's fine. I think my main thing is I don't entirely know. I guess I'd have to run the numbers, but I think I could see S3 very easily wiping a map. That's a lot of true damage, I think.
Functional true damage.
Yeah. So overall, I mean, I think for the most part, like, there's a lot going on. It's hard to judge it too well. But I think all things considered, with just, like, the S3 being a bit much, I think overall it was still a pretty good balanced job. So I think I'll give it a 2, just because you gave yourself a lot to work with and pulled most of it off pretty well. Hits? I think the new elemental status, I think it's pretty cool. I think I like the use of overcharge. I don't think it's an issue that, like, it's a little bit of a trap option to overcharge. Okay, actually, I'll take that back a little bit. So I think when it comes to overcharge being a trap or not, I think... So I'll call Carnelian S3 overcharge a bit of a trap, but it's also useful because if there's downtime where she doesn't need to be doing anything or she can't be doing anything, you overcharge and you just get a free bonus. There's not, like, an opportunity cost if there aren't enemies in range. With this, if you're global range, then you are actively being punished if you're not spamming it, because there is always something to kill. So I think that's a little bit of an issue, not too huge. Overall, though, I still think, you know, it's mostly fine. I think there's, you know, some cool things going on here. I like the idea of, you know, kind of being able to mix the elemental statuses. I think that's kind of neat. I'll also give this a 2, I think.
Another 2, so this will come out to be a 7.3 overall from Swiftly. Alright. Not 7/3, 7.3 Streamer Mans. Alright, my turn. Lore. I think it's pretty fun lore. Like, both of what's in and then how you manage to make functionally yourself work in it and not have it be in its sky. I think you did a pretty good job with what you did. And it's a pretty good pin on, you know, on how to get yourself in it, right? So I quite enjoyed it, honestly. So I'll give you a 2 for it. I quite enjoyed it. For the kit, there is quite a lot of kit. It's definitely creative what you're trying to do. Holy crap, there's a lot of things you're doing though, but there is like, I think given with you just this was a case of they gave me this many slots to work with, so I am going to use the whole every slot they gave me to work with moment. Like the car goes to 200, I am going to use the entire speedometer moment. And considering how much you went for and still managed to make it unique but without, like, yes, there's a little bit of like, okay, there's a good bit of stuff, but I think you did a pretty solid job in managing to do it and not make it ridiculously broken, right? Like, yes, there's gonna be really strong part, like double stacking element procs is a little just from an overall concept point of view, just but you did a good job. That being said, the holy crap, there's a lot to go through with like trying to understand it from like both a readability and understanding standpoint. But as a whole as a kit, I think it did solid. I'll give you a 2 for that. For cohesion, I think the cohesion works out with, I mean, it's original. I get a good idea of what you're trying to go for the entire time. I think it all works together pretty well. I think it works together. There are moments where it's like, okay, you know, it gets a little basically, how do I put it? Double procking Elemental, I'm not entirely sure how well that'll work in-game. Double procking Elemental as a whole. Like, there's a reason why currently it's only one will proc. They have separate bars, but only one will proc and rewrite the whole thing, right? There's a reason why that's a thing. So I'm not entirely sure how well that will go into the game. But with everything else you're trying to work in, I can see it working, and and again, as a kit, it works well together, but with that aspect where I'm not sure if it'll work or not in-game with the double procking, I'll give it a 1.7. And then as for the balance, I think there is potential to do some really crazy, scary things, but for the most, like, they are very strong. Don't get me wrong, like you did make a very strong kit. Do I think it's excessively bad strong? I don't know if I necessarily say it is excessively bad strong. I think they're very strong, but not excessively bad. I think the only one that confuses me is just I like just IS. You're just like, okay, nah, screw it. I'm just gonna start attacking. It's like, wait a minute, hold on now. But I'll give you like a 1.8 for balance. Put me at a 7.5. Means once again, Spipley is the resident Lasat hater now.
I chose violence today.
So look at yesterday, I was like, I'm too nice. It's time to be mean.
And being mean is okay.
But good job, Lasat.
And it's weird that I'm so mean, because I was literally playing with puppies earlier.
Oh, were they good puppies?
I should be happy.
Were they good puppies?
Oh, they were great puppies.
What puppies were they?
It was, I actually don't know what breed they
were. They fluffy though?
They were very soft and fluffy, yeah.
Excellent. Maybe use up all the nice power on the puppies. All the nice.
Maybe that could be it. That could be it.
And now you're like, all right, I'm all out of being nice. Now it's only me and Swiftly left.
I did have to stop them from trying to murder each other though.
Oh dear. Did you have a treat or something else? Like they're just fighting over it?
No, it was two like several month-old puppies fighting over toys.
Oh, so classic puppy things. Gotcha. Yeah. All right, next one is. Yeah, Amberus, I don't know what you hung for. You're still number 1 here. Damn, it's not the same.
Oh, that is a place of birth. Okay.
Yup, I saw that. I was like, okay, there better be a good lore explanation for this.
Okay.
Okay, then.
You're playing high risk, high reward with this lore, I think.
I am intrigued and terrified at the same time.
Because... Oh, we have a brawler. Okay.
I like Spippy and are like, that is a choice for a place for. Meanwhile, Boo, ooh, brawler. It's like the Gundam meme where like the shots going right over his head. Like born in simulated versus.
Listen, if I was in
brawler.
a war zone, and I saw a piece of candy with a string attached to it, I would 100% go for it.
It's like,
Hell yeah.
that is a choice for place of birth.
Okay, is that like insanely high brawler HP, or am I crazy?
To say that is. Hold on, where's my Chongus? Give me a second. Let me pull up my
I
Chongus.
closed my
That
Arknights.
feels
it's okay,
insanely high.
It's okay.
That's like 400 higher than Chongus.
I have a tablet for a reason. I can check my Arknights while I'm here. Yeah, that's higher than Chongus. That's like 100 points higher than Chongus.
No, that's 400 higher than Chongus.
My Chongus has. Oh, my Chongus is module. Sorry. Let me. I'm sorry that you not. Yeah, that's 400 higher than Chongus without mod. Sorry, I had module. I'm sorry. You non-Chongus module having peasants. I mean, what?
Okay, the attack is a lot lower though.
The attack is.
As is the defense.
Attack and defense aren't. I'm assuming this is without trust included. So attack goes up to 640, so about 30 lower than Chongyue. Defense is about, what is that? About 10 lower than Chongyue. So you're basically making up for the lack of attack. You're basically making up for the lack of attack, and you're making up with defensive stats.
Okay, well, I'm curious if the extra HP is going to be relevant.
One way to find out. Also, like, Scott is compared to Mountain. I'm like, I still don't have a Mountain, so it's like, I don't know.
Oh, Spine of Apoc, please, no, please.
Oh, I'm having IS5 flashbacks, and not necessarily in the best
am.
way. I'm having IS5 flashbacks. I mean, it's not even a flashback. I did it like 2 days ago. This is just like, ugh. Spine of Epic, enemies within a friendly or enemy mark recover from necrosis
Hey?
slower. Interesting. The spine is
So I assume
deployable.
this means... So I feel they take more elemental damage total. I don't know how the Enfeeble would work.
I'm assuming it just lasts longer.
Well, because the thing with the Enfeeble is, or I guess it just, I'm gonna guess it would just lose its potency a little slower
Yeah,
too.
like just scales back. Like it just goes out slower.
And then they take 13% less damage.
Okay, see, is it bad
Okay.
that I like just the simplistic nature of the
Oh
talent
no,
sheet,
I
given
was
their
actually
kit?
just about to comment on that too.
I'm like
It's
they're-
nice.
They're more HP, they're beefier, and it actually kind of works for a fighter, given how relatively
Yeah.
1v1 squishier they are.
Well, especially, I think that it also does work kind of nice with the with the HP. You get even more effective HP.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know. Like you might be able to tell, like from mine, I'm the kind of person I prefer when things are usually somewhat simple-ish.
Talent 1 is Talent 1 confuses me. Let's just say that.
It's curious. I expect we're gonna see more necrosis.
Possibly. Let's see. So this
Possibly.
one is so now you start dealing
Delta.
necrosis with the Delta mod. Oh, it's Delta and an IS mod. Interesting.
Okay, this I am seeing a very big issue here.
Mm-hmm.
4% of damage dealt or 4% of attack.
When dealing physical damage, so I'm assuming it's going to operate out of damage dealt?
Because if it's damage dealt, that feels very bad. If it's percent attack, that's very good.
Mm-hmm. That enemies, so 60% slow. Oh, okay, that's a lot slower. And then take 20% increase necrosis damage. Okay.
That's a lot of extra. That's like, what is that like doubling your necrosis proc damage? Let me math. I can't mental math.
I
Right
can't
now.
math that off the top of my head.
One
some good
times
in that
1.6 times 2. A 92% increase.
not quite 100, but good bit. Scott also brings up a good point though, because I'm like, because Spines is IS5, Assimilated Universe.
Yeah.
I don't think Assimilated Universe has anything to do with IS5. Like, there's
Yeah,
no-
we'll have to. I think I'll have to see the lore, but
Yeah.
this puts there does seem to be a little bit of throwing out high concepts, Sark related lore buzzwords.
Mhm. So let's see. That's the IS mod. You generate a mark of epic. or generate a mark of epic, which is separate from the spine. And then what does it do? The enemies, so it's 40%. Okay, so still recovery slower, and your friendly spines have 100% more HP, while the unit skill is active. Friendly marks have expanded area of effect into a diamond shape. So surrounding tiles and then one in each cardinal is what I'm going to chalk it up as.
Oh, wait, I guess you're, I guess this is also just dealing a bunch of necrosis, because it's just a spine, too, yeah.
It's not gonna deal damage to you,
Okay.
I guess, because it's a friendly spine, but you'll recover slower if it...
Does
What's the
it?
third
I
stat?
don't know if it would deal it to you.
It says DR. I'm assuming it's just damage resistance, which...
Yeah, if I had to guess,
Yeah,
that's
it's
damage
just
reduction.
strict damage resistance, DR. Again, I'm not 100% sure, but... Because I don't know if...
No, we just had an IS module before this.
Yeah, it's like...
Not the first.
No, it's more just... I'm not sure if the person is here to clarify. If, Kunis is here to clarify. So I'm not sure. But I'm going to assume that this is damage res, though. Until proven otherwise.
If I see DR, I assume it means damage reduction.
Yeah, that's like what I
in
default
general.
to. Also, those are spine stats.
10 necrosis damage to friendly units. Well, there it is.
Never mind. You do take friendly
Wait,
damage.
does it not do it to enemies?
I'm assuming it also deals it to enemies.
I have to assume, but at the same time, it doesn't tell us.
It does not specify.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell us. Like,
want to do necrosis damage to yourself because you're just losing SP.
I'll look up a Spine of APOC really quick and see if like
It's just guaranteed coded to do
I'll
damage.
see like the default if it has like generic mechanics.
Alright, I'll go on the skills then in the
I
meantime.
don't continuous necrosis. I'm not seeing anything about like its rate of necrosis or anything. So on one hand, it might be just assuming the stats of
I just see it says
an
allied
IS5 one.
units within the mark of epic receive continuous necrosis damage. Is what I'm seeing here.
Yeah,
I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but
it's not. I don't see it saying anywhere. So I think, yeah, I don't know.
Why? Marks of epic inflict 100 necrosis damage every second towards friendly units within its area of effect. I feel like this is a moment of the intent was this does it to enemies, but
Probably.
it's written as friendly, so unfortunately we have to take it as friendly. I'll put an injury there for space.
Yeah, I honestly, part of me feels a little conflicted because I think the fact that it specifies kind of makes me want to assume that we have to go off what they specified. The fact that it's already a named thing that exists in the game kind of makes me want to go off that. But they specified something that's different, so it's like...
it's not... Yeah, 10 necrosis is not a lot. But it's the fact that it's hitting you instead of the enemy. That's a little bit like, wait a minute.
I mean, I feel the fact that it is technically still a functional, useful talent, even if it's not applying necrosis to enemies, I feel based on that, we kind of have to assume that it doesn't apply necrosis to enemies.
I mean, at least it can draw aggro.
Well, and it still increases the value of your necrosis.
Yeah. So it's like, I guess you can use it off of that. Just don't, int yourself
I
with
think it's useful enough that I feel it's not, like, 100% a given that it has to function exactly like the IS version.
The S1 spawns its spine in front of you, so you are now in the area of effect of it, is my assumption now. Next, ASPD by 60 for one, so you basically get a second punch in immediately, is what I'm seeing this as. You get a double hit, just functionally. And if you kill them, you get a spine, and you gain 5%, so you gain up to 25% attack.
Okay.
Auto-triggered, though, so you can't, like, control... So it's just an AFK skill. An interesting AFK skill, but an AFK skill. 2 is you immediately summon a spine on target within range of any ally. Effect of this talent, so you're taking a lot less damage. You're taking a lot less damage now.
Yeah, 26% less.
The friendly spines restore 50 HP per second and also gain the effect of this unit's second talent. So spines also... For second activation on, this skill has unlimited duration. Ah, so it's another like... So it's another kind of manage and then AFK skill. Where you can spawn... So you basically only spawn 2 spines. I'm just trying to think if the spines were intended to help you do necrosis damage, or if the spines are there to be like extra meat shields for you.
Part of me feels like both.
Yeah. Like, that's what I'm wondering at this point.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Is like there is enough functionality that even if they don't do damage ticks, they're still pretty useful.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah.
Like, that is pretty... Like, the stat-wise, that is actually decently tanky.
S3 is a huge DPS increase. Oh my lord.
Okay, 100 is just... You activate, you summon Star Platinum. You turn into Star Platinum.
Oh, and you also get a very big increased range. 5%.
5% elemental.
Oh,
Injury
elemental injury fragility.
For 5 seconds. So you're basically...
I'll be real, that seems useless.
Basically, I think it just means... So basically, you inflict injury faster, but 5%...
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is...
But it's not something 10 times.
I feel in the vast majority, especially since this is a brawler with double attack speed, I feel like you're gonna save yourself like a quarter of a second tops sometimes.
Someone out there doing CC is like, yes, this is exactly what I needed to get that extra proc.
Like 99% of the time, I feel that last sentence just doesn't do anything.
No, it doesn't, because you proc...
Like, by the time you get 10 stacks, you'll have already triggered it.
The only thing this really will affect is, like, a boss, I feel like.
I honestly don't even think then.
Like, maybe?
I think the only time I could see this being useful outside of the most niche of niche scenarios is if you're going against a boss and this just lets you sneak in a second proc of the burst right before the duration runs out. But I don't think that would be the case, because I think 250% attack with 100% attack speed on that Delta module, I feel you're just immediately proccing it.
No, it's 5% elemental injury fragility. So you basically they take 50% more elemental injury damage, if I'm understanding the last sentence correctly. Which, again, I'm not entirely sure what it's gonna do. Like, basically, the operator, Serial is themselves not doing elemental injury damage off that S3, if I'm understanding this correctly. It's...
Well, no, because you're okay. Okay, I will say,
right, Delta mod.
This entire the Delta mod should not have been a Delta mod. That should have been a talent, because this kit doesn't really function without the Delta mod.
Just like how Logos doubles his damage with his module.
Okay, the thing is, Logos is extra busted with his module, but he's functional without it.
True.
Most of your stuff doesn't do anything without Delta mod.
Like, functionally, if you don't have the Delta mod, the spines are here to act as meat shields from range damage for you, is what I'm seeing this as. And
your first talent also doesn't really do anything, unless you have extra support.
But if we want meat shields, just bring a defender at that point.
Bring a phalanx caster, I think you mean, but point taken.
Phalanx caster is just high ground defender.
Exactly.
But like,
what is a beeswax obelisk if not a defender?
Honestly, it's probably tankier than an actual defender for a little bit, at least.
Better words have never been spoken.
Exactly.
Alright, let's go to the lore summary where I start getting...
Yes.
Where I am curious to see what I'm seeing here. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if this answers any of my questions from what I'm reading. Because the assimilated universe, you don't tend to just pop in and out of the assimilated universe. It's kind of like, once you go there, you are not for the most part, I don't think you're coming back.
Yeah.
Like, if you get sent there without certain equipment or certain conditions, you are not coming back from it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
I think the only people we have heard of who have come back from it are the Doctor and Co. in Chapter 14 and Teresa getting resurrected.
Yeah. Like, you basically don't come back. So,
And Teresa has, like, partial admin privileges, so I feel she's cheating.
there's didn't go and come back. But it's like, this does not explain being bored
Yeah.
or originating from the assimilated universe. Well, we'll go on to the voice lines.
Yeah, I think... Oh, is there not another page?
Nope, it's just one page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Here, Swiftly, you get the short voice lines.
I know a lot of things. Please feel free to rely on me, as long as you don't need citations. Entertain me. Nice spine. Can I see it?
Alright.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool story, bro.
I don't dislike the kit. I think the lore, I have so many questions on the lore.
The lore feels like research was not done.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Mhm.
I think it does, like I mentioned earlier, it kind of felt like, unless the lore did a lot of explaining, it was just high concept, sarcasm, keyword soup. That kind of felt like it held true.
Yeah, like, I'm like, this does not fit into... Like,
we
this
have stuff about the spines, which are, as far as I can tell, they're not really meant like tied to any canonical thing. They're basically purely an IS mechanical thing. We have the life bone, which is a Farenmut, and we have the assimilated universe, which is a completely different, unrelated concept tied to the precursors.
Mhm. On that fun note, then, who would like to start us off on points?
I'll start off. I'll give 0.1 for the lore simply because it's just like I like the personality the archive files had, and then it's just like you just didn't do your research on your lore, because I don't think that's how. I don't think that's how those things interact with each other, and I'm positive that's not how the assimilated universe works. For the kit cohesion, technically it works really well with each other if you include the Delta mod. And we have some questions about the spines doing things to the enemies, if not just damaging your allies, which is weird. So I'll give kit cohesion 1.3. And like for the balance, I think the balance is fine per se, but at the same time it's not anything special, so I'll give it 1.5. And then the kit, as much as I like the kit being something new, I like the fact that this operator kind of went out on a limb and it's something new. I don't really see a lot of nuance to it. It's just kind of big numbers, attack range increase, and not really anything else, right? So I'll give it 1.5.
Right? So 4.4 from Boop. Smithy,
All
do you want to
right,
go next, or do you want me to go next?
Yeah, I can go
Go
next.
for it.
For the lore, I don't think I can give it above a 0 because most of, like, basically all of it relies on, the assimilated universe thing, but also then I think there's a very important lack of research or, like, full understanding on the assimilated universe and its connection, or rather lack of connection, to a few other certain things. I think it doesn't really work. Cohesion and integration, the cohesion, I think, was there. Like, assuming we're okay. I mean, assuming we count the Delta mod. If we count Delta mod, it's there. If we don't, this is a very strange operator where you're kind of buffing a bunch of stuff that you can't really do. So it's like, we do have the Delta mod, so I think I can count that somewhat. So I think the cohesion's not, like, terrible. I think the integration, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions about how exactly certain mechanics work, such as does the Delta mod do damage based on damage dealt or person attack, stuff like that. And then I think also just the fact that it has stuff that is pretty disconnected from, you know, the lore that we got. So, I mean, I think for the cohesion, like, the cohesion wasn't terrible. I think I'll give it a 0.5. Balance? I mean, overall, I don't think the balance was terrible. I think I don't have too much to comment on here. I guess I'll give the balance a 1. Kit, I mean, I like some of the ideas that were going on there, and, you know, I honestly appreciate the simplicity of just a damage reduction talent on a brawler. But also, the entire kit completely hinges on a Delta module, which, I don't know. I appreciate some of the ideas going on here, and I think there's some decent ideas in here. I kind of like the extending the duration of necrosis. I think that's like a cool little area to play around with. I'll go ahead and give it a 0.9.
Alright, so that's a 2.4 from Spit. Okay. Well, that nice energy really did go with the puppies. I'll be damned. Alright. I'll start with lore. I don't think I can score this lore above a 0. Like, you took a shot with Assimilated Universe Place of Birth, but there is nothing about it. There's just nothing in there. So I can't, in good conscience, give this above a 0. Like, I just can't. Like, you took a really big risk and it did not pay off. For the kit itself, I think the intent of what you're going for is interesting with the kit, with like what you're trying to set up. Yes, there's some questions, but I think inherently from a creativity standpoint, I think it's a nifty kit. I think it's interesting. So I will be nice. I will grant you the baseline of 1.5. Balance wise, I don't think there's anything wrong with the balance. Like, it's for the most part fine. Like, I don't really see anything particularly crazy with it. Like, yes, S3, you kind of just go turbo mode. It's a little bit like, but I mean, it's a brawler. Like, your whole shtick is punching fast and trying to get your damage up to punch fast and do damage. Like, that's kind of like a brawler's whole shtick is big number, punch fast, hopefully get more range. In the case of if you're leaning for a more Chungia style brawler, or Mountain if you're going for survivability. So this is like kind of a little bit of a blend of both. So it's like I don't hate the balance. I just think it gets a little weird when you try to figure out how to make this work with everything else. So it's like I think most of my point dinkery, I'll give you a 1.5 balance. I think most of my point dinkery is gonna come from cohesion here, where it's like you summon the spine, but it doesn't really work with like the rest of your kit, basically. Like, you're brawler, but you're supporting necrosis, but you yourself can't trigger necrosis without the mod. But even then, like, it's probably going to be decently difficult for you to trigger that. So it's like, it's just a really wonky kit to work around. So I'll give you like a 1 for cohesion, because like outside of that, it sort of works, but I don't think it meets baseline. So it's a 4. So it's going to be a 4.0 flat for me. We really did run out of a nice, a nice happy mode. Good God.
Oh.
The legends of me and Judge Spipley will live on in the annals of the OC contest.
Am I the only judge to have given out 2 zeros?
Good question. I don't know, actually. This is a 10.8 or... Oops, hold on. Realizing. It's like, I don't know. I mean, some of these have been a little weirder with the lore aspect of it. If it was any consolation. Like, where even I'm here just like, what? What did I just... Like, I'm not fully caught up on lore, but even I'm going like, wait, what the hell did I just read? Like,
I think if there were like... Yeah, like there were the comments, you know, earlier about the Victorian cat, that like there were like, are these things really connected? Should they be together? This was similar, but
this one stretched
such a higher risk, and it did not. It was a lot more
4-star.
clear-cut
Oh,
that it didn't
okay,
work.
okay.
This one leaned into, like, okay. The other one is like, are these connected? That one went to, that's definitely not connected.
Yeah. Oh, a 4-star. Okay.
4-star Chaincaster. So, comparison here would be Pudding, I think.
I was sitting like a shrimp. I am now in gamer position.
Been a while since we saw one yesterday. This is the last one, by the way. Well,
Weaver caster.
Weaver. Oh, okay. Hold on now. Weaver Clement. All right, acceptable.
I'm so ready for this.
If I saw like Weaver in like Higashi or something, I was about to start asking questions. Because
That's a very tall person.
that is a very tall Weaver.
Quite tall.
But shrimp is gamer position, but there's 2 types of shrimp. There's the one where you're like slumped down in your chair, and then there's the one where you're sitting up and your elbows are on your knees, you know?
Also, it's the last submitted one, but I'll also be announcing the 12th contest tonight as well, the theme for it. But we're because it's gonna be because 12 contest is likely gonna be the 2-year anniversary of OC contest. I'm going to announce it with an OC of my own. Is the way we're gonna go about it. So not it's like last one, but not quite. Do you get it? No, you don't.
Aw.
No, you don't, because I just kind of threw it together. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of just made it on a whim of I just want this to be fun. All right. So yeah, 4-star Chaincaster, Weaver, Colombian. It's like, yeah, okay, acceptable. How does this compare to Pudding? I have not maxed out my Pudding, so I don't know.
You haven't maxed out your Pudding? How are you
No.
supposed to do your 5-star Aegir?
Hold on,
What the
this
hell is an
sound...
Aegir? That's not a dragon.
Also, Pudding is 4 stars.
Yeah, this is a
It's a
4-star.
4-star.
You said 5-star Aegir.
Well, okay, 5-star or under, not
Aegir.
6-star.
5-star or
Also-
under Aegir. Okay.
also-
Because
the
if you
exact
include
same
6 stars,
beyond
it's a
star, by the
non-niche
way.
because you have full access to like Thorns and the Abyssal Hunters. And
Good save.
I think my browser crashed. Hold on.
yeah, Sakami gets it.
I can't read chat. Chat, I'm sorry, I can't read you. Give me a second.
Slightly higher HP, about on par attack, slightly higher defense. So I mean, yeah,
So
minor
usual.
stats.
Okay, usual just stat stuff. All right. Well, this unit this unit can target and prioritize invisible. Oh, it's kind of like Totter.
Oh,
It's kind of like Totter. Very, very specific,
Indeed.
but pretty nice to have when you need it.
I like.
Me gusta.
Nice.
I also appreciate, specifying that it can jump to invisible.
Mm-hmm. This is there's you get SP recovery when there's invisible enemies on the battlefield, and then you get
Ooh.
more recovery with their attack range. There's a bit of
Okay.
Okay, Quacker, I don't know if you're here, but as a personal note, like I don't mind y'all sneaking in a little bit of lore stuff on the
Oh my
module
God.
notes.
This is a bit
appreciate.
much.
This gets a little too close to gaming the system for my liking.
Yeah.
I will add like a couple lines here and there is fine. Taking up the same amount of space as a page of a lore summary This is not okay. I will be dinking you lore points on this.
I will
I will
dinking
be
as well.
dinking lore points on this because this is just
I feel
gaming the system. I'm not okay
feel
with
it's
this.
fair to just ignore this
Yeah, like
as opposed to
Oh, yeah, we
strictly
can
thinking
ignore it
points.
too, honestly.
this will not be counted for because that to me is too much of gaming. Like, I will accept the description for part of lore stuff if you want to do that. Like this little bit,
Mhm.
that I will accept. This is excessive. This is gaming the system at that point. Like, come on now. Like, I understand you guys want to get more lore in, but
Actually, wait, I think that actually had more than the actual lore bit.
there's 2 pages of lore.
Oh no.
Oh, there's 2 pages. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
there's 2
okay.
pages of lore. So let's have a let's not try to game the system, try to
Let's
sneak more lore in,
see.
please. Let's play by the rules, play like everyone else has. Use the lore for lore. Not try to ram more lore into the module notes.
Ooh, okay. We got increased attack jump radius and unlimited duration on the second activation. That's neat.
I'm also okay with it in the sense of there's no attack up. It's just a range expansion
Yeah.
and an increase in jumps. I'm okay with this.
Well, and it does reduce the attack meter. Honestly, one thing I do like is I like AFK skills that offer a different twist on AFK skills that we haven't seen.
Yeah.
I'm partial to that. So I like this so far. Let's see. Increased attack interval next. Increased range, increased attack. A delay on attack jumps.
That can work both for you and against
Okay.
you.
But they deal AoE damage.
Curious.
I mean, at that point, you just might as well not have the delay, I would say.
This feels a bit.
I don't
AoE.
entirely get the perp. I'm trying to think of what the delay could realistically do, but I
Because
don't
Faster enemy running
know.
into range, I guess.
Because because chaincasters already have like a microscopic slow. They have a really small slow anyway.
Yeah. It's
I
like
mean, you have-
it's about 0.6 seconds or something.
Yeah, you have a slow up hits with the mod, so it's like you can slow enemies with more getting the range to get hit by the AoE. I'm kind of just like, I don't really see like
Oh wait, so I think what could happen. So the first enemy
is
gets
slowed.
slowed. The second enemy catches up. Then it jumps. Then there's an AoE that hits both of them. Then the third enemy catches up. So you're
Yeah,
clumping,
you're clumping them.
Okay, that's
Okay.
interesting.
I like how with that immediate, I'm like, I know who uses lates here and who doesn't, because I'm like, yeah, I know Chaincaster enough. I run lates enough times where it's like, oh yeah, they slow. You can clump up. You can-
I have her fully maxed. She's great. I adore her.
Just the immediate, like I can already see why you want the delay. Just like, oh, you could let faster enemies catch up later enemies. Like, yeah, it'll work. But it's kind of just like,
Okay.
all right.
And honestly, I appreciate how that works. That's like,
It's a slower attack interval for bigger splashes, I guess, for actual splash. But
honestly, I kind of like this. Like, it's very interesting, and it's like, it shows that, I feel like it shows that they actually, like, thought about, like, the implications of, like, the archetype and exactly how it's working.
let me see. What is? Hold on, I'm just checking something. This does go a little bit into like the splash caster where you're hitting AoE at this point, and I feel that going into there takes away a bit from the chaincaster identity. Personally,
That's fair.
I think I would have liked it a bit more if it wasn't AoE. It was like, I don't know, the delay, but it's a bigger hit for a single target or something.
I will say, if enemies are clumped, it will somewhat unclump them on the first attack, and then I guess it reclumps them. That's I don't know.
Yeah, like
It-
they could have it so that the delay is there so that at the shorter the distance between the jumps, the more damage is dealt.
Mm-hmm. Like, I'm just kind of the opinion that the AoE starts damage, it steps a bit further into Splashcaster territory that I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
there
not a
should
fan
be
of that.
AoE here.
I will say, just saying with Sakami saying that S1 has a bit much complexity for a 4-star. I will point out we do have a 4-star with a on second activation with Pinecone.
Mhm.
So I think that much. I think it's fine.
I also think Hypergriff isn't being as experimental with 4-stars. And it also doesn't help they release a 4-star every once in a blue moon.
Yeah,
Contrail.
that's fair. That's fair. But then
Anywho.
also we have Verdant, who's
I
mathematically worse
mean,
than
Contrail was also released in a blue moon, right? Like,
Operator.
like that doesn't change, right?
Red
Like,
Search Operator, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho, ready to go to lore?
Also, we're not gonna get whatever her archetype is for the next year and a half. I'm calling it right now.
Probably not for a while. Also, obligatory all rise for the Silek National Anthem. I mean, what? Anywho, we ready for lore?
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest, if this wasn't like a first time module, like, lore offense, I have it written in the submission page that going over 700 words will delete your lore section and ignore it. Like, I had half a mind to just delete the entire lore section, just say, no, you tried to game the system, and just zero out your lore entirely. Like, you are like, please don't do this again. Like, this is just gaming the system with the module part. So, this is like the general warning to everybody. Yeah, I will say, Scum, I didn't think it'd go to this extent. Like, I thought it was gonna be a reasonable, like, oh yeah, like, okay, you know, a couple notes is fine. I wasn't expecting this, yeah. Which is why I'm not doing anything. I'm just like, okay, like, I'm not gonna read that module section, but I'll still take the lore as is. That's why I didn't take action, because I was like, okay, I wasn't explicitly mentioning it enough. But now I will explicitly say, do not do that again. Do not do that. This is now the explicit mention of it. And I'll add it to the lore.
Okay, good for page 2.
Alright.
Same here.
Who's got the last voice lines? I'm gonna throw Boop under the bus for the last voice lines.
Sure. I feel like I haven't voiced in a hot second. So is that Z Noir or Zenoa?
It's Zenoa, I think.
I'm gonna assume Zenoa.
Shredder mention.
Okay. Shredder?
Shredder mention.
Who's Shredder?
Well, if we're talking about the meme Shredder, then it's Mr. Nothing.
Ready to go on voice lines?
I think so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Hey, you must be the doctor. My name's Kasser, but you can call me Sparky for my code name. I'm here to study how engineering is done here on Rhodes Island and more so. Cheers to working together. Doctor, if you didn't know, I fix tools and machines, not paperwork. If you're having trouble staying awake, why don't you try some milk toast? It's my mom's recipe. Do you find it strange for someone like me to be keen for field missions? I don't blame you. It's a recently picked up habit. It doesn't feel right knowing I can actually help people out there. Okay, Doctor. I know you're gonna talk about me excessively blowing up machines from the last dozen operations, but I really need to say that each time was to save the most lives possible. I'll try to keep that as a last resort, but if HR is still going to be on my ass for this, then I gotta ask, when exactly does it become too expensive to save lives?
Okay, okay. Alright, who would like to go first for points?
I can go first.
Go for it.
I like the lore. I'll give it a 1.4 simply because I feel like we got a large blurb of text rather than something about the operator. I mean, it was about the operator. It did not interest me. It did not catch me like an Arknights archive file usually does.
Mhm.
For the kit and creativity, I'm giving it a 3. For cohesion and integration, I'm also giving it a 3. I think both are done very well. For balance, I'm gonna give balance a 2 simply because I don't think the AoE part should be there, and that skill 2 needs a little bit of tweaking.
Alright, so 9.4 from Boop.
Hmm.
Alright.
Right. I'll go next.
For it?
I think the lore was, for the most part, pretty solid. I don't think there was anything too crazy that stood out in terms of being good. But I do think there was a lot, unless I was reading it wrong because I was tired, that was more about the operator's mom than the operator. So I think I'll give it like a 1.3. Not too bad a sin, but you know. Integration and cohesion. The integration was very good. That all works fine. Cohesion, I do think part of me wishes there was like a little bit of extra that maybe tied into the talent or like worked with it a little. It's not the end of the world that didn't, but I think there wasn't like too much cohesion going on otherwise. But I think I'll give it a 2.3.
Alright.
Balance? I think the balance was pretty good. I think the invis reveal thing was, you know, very fair as a talent. S1 didn't seem like it really went overboard, and you have to, even with, you know, the talent, you do have to wait a decent bit to get it to trigger. It's not like you immediately get like that second activation and stuff. So I think that was pretty good. I think there is that one concern that they mentioned about the Splashcaster thing, maybe stealing their thunder a little bit, which I think there's a bit of validity to that. So I think about a 2.4 for that. Kit, I liked the kit a lot. I think I really liked the talent, and you know how it had the, you know, targeting, the SP, all that. I really liked the S1 as like an extra take on AFK skills and how it, you know, worked. It used the chaincaster kind of gimmick as part of it. I liked that a lot. Similarly with S2, you know, even if it maybe stepped on the toes of Splashcasters, I really liked how it, you know, took a really unique route of playing with the gimmick of chaincasters. I think I would have a lot of fun using this op. I'm gonna give it a 3.
3 for balance. All right, so
Did I say balance? That was for Kit. That was for Kit.
Sorry. So 9. So 9 overall for Sigley. Alrighty. All right. For my end, on lore, I think my biggest gripe is the archive file 1 with the lore. Like that is That is a large section just devoted to his mother, which is like, that's cool and all, but like, I think you could have done a lot better with the amount of word that you had if you wanted more lore of your operator. So for lore wise, I'll give it like a 1.2. As for the kit itself, I think the kit itself is pretty nice. I think you did a pretty good job with the Chaincaster here. With one exception, I personally do not like the S2 adding the AoE. I personally don't think that's necessary. I think that's going a little bit too far into like Splashcaster territory. Like, it's not that you can't have a little bit of crossover, but it's like, just boom, now it's there. It's like, I don't like the way it's implemented, basically. Like, I think there was a better way to make it more for a Chaincaster as opposed to Splashcaster. So I will give this a 2. I'll give it like 2.5. I think it's still neat though. Cohesion integration. This integrates pretty well. This integrates pretty well if we're trying to do it with targeting visible enemies, and then you have expand range so you can hit invisible enemies further. And then it gets a little bit of like, okay, how many invisible enemies are you really going to deal with? Or are you going to start splashing them, right? It's like to try to get use out of your talent with that S2. So it starts getting a little like, but on the other hand, like, you're still doing damage, right? You're still doing damage, so it doesn't need to integrate super crazily. Like, the talent's just a nice part. It's just a nice thing to have. So I'll give us another 2.5. Balance-wise, I will give you... Let me think. I think the balance is pretty solid. Again, the only part I don't like is that AoE. It's just like the actual AoE art. The AoE art damage there. That's the only part that I'm not a fan of. But I'll give it like a 2. I'll give you like another 2.5 for that. It's like, I think you're really... It's not perfect for me, but I like it. Not perfect, but I like it. It's okay, Spiffly. You're spared from being the mean judge. That's me this time. You're free from being the mean judge. It's a 27.1, which I don't think... Nope, it is not enough to overtake first place, but I think that is good for third place. It is good for third place. I can read numbers, like, correctly, I think.
Wookie, fair, smart, good math.
Read good.
Ooh.
It's totally not that... Yeah, I didn't study 4 years of math at university. And then base plan and doing math at an IS5 run. Wasn't me. Could have been anybody. Could have been anyone. What? Which means that I believe that our current winner is... Amberisk. Melvin.
Hey.
The extra tall Iberian goat. Or the extra tall goat. That's with the horn height included. Honestly, kind of fitting that a goat wins when Spiffly is here.
Hell yeah.
But congrats.
And it was including the horn height, which is the single most based thing I have ever seen on that, like, initial info page.
And a big congrats, Amberisk, feel free to DM me when you're ready so we can do the roll color change. But anyhow, big congrats. Everyone, let's get a round of applause. As I believe now, I will start the process of announcing the 12th contest. A couple things I will say for the 12th contest. One, this will be our 2nd anniversary contest, so we'll have a theme for this one. Should be a pretty fun theme. Hope, at least. Hopefully it'll be a fun theme. But a couple things, couple bookkeeping things on my end as well. One, again, this is 2nd anniversary, so as it is an anniversary, I do believe I will put some tangible prizes on the line, personally, for this, since this is a 2nd anniversary of this. The other note, however, it has been 2 years. No, the OC contest is not graduated before I say announcement. For all you VTuber fans are like, no, the OC contest is going to graduate. No, don't worry, the OC contest is not going to graduate. But we are going to take some time, I think, to rehash the OC contest. It's been a couple years. I think there's some fresher things that we could rehash and redo, and just overall take some more time to, just actually sit down, rebuild it, and make some changes basically, because it's been quite a while that we've been running this in the current format. So I think there's definitely some improvements we can make and work around with it. So that's like the big thing. So there might be some time between the 2nd anniversary and then the start of I guess season 3 at this point would be the best way to put it, right? Season 3 of OC
Ooh.
Contest, because we just finished with season 2. So, more things to work with. And then the third, I mean, it's not really an announcement because I can't really talk about details too much. Let's just say if things work out, the OC Con is about to hit some real big milestones if things work out. I'll leave y'all to think what you will, but let's just say I'm working on something in the background that I haven't really mentioned to anyone except my mods and a couple other people that I might have to work with that I've been poking around, because there's a non-zero chance I'll have a big-ass team that I'll need for this. So,
Ooh.
things being worked on. Things being worked on. Ooh, fancy, spooky. Ooh, there's some pretty big things that we're working on in the back end. But
For
anyhow,
reference, I have not been told about this.
no, I haven't.
It's really news to me.
Basically, it's a mod and a couple of others that I've spoken to. Like, this is pretty hush-hush for the most part. So, again, not gonna go into deets, but I will leave some teasers of, like, hope, like I'm really hoping this works out, but it's very much a we'll see right now. So, no further details until it happens or it don't. So, nothing more will be said. The bean will stay silent. The bean will not speak more on this matter. And then, alright, now to bring it to how we're gonna announce the theme. We're announcing the theme, I think for the first time I'm announcing a theme like this. It's second anniversary, I'm allowed to splurge a bit. This is my OC that I made to announce the theme with. As we go through, we'll see if you guys are able to guess what the theme could be. And we'll see if you guys are able to guess what the theme could be. Again, I'll say it at the end anyway, but as we go, we'll see if you guys can guess what the theme would be. Also realize I have something there. I'm just gonna do the module. I will say that I haven't really gone too much into the numbers. But here we are. Surprise, surprise, I made a Weaver. Oh no. Weaver Alliance. Yes, that is actually a place in Sargon. It's either Weaver or Weaver Alliance. Either one works.
Mm-hmm.
That is an actual place
Very
in Sargon.
interesting.
So it does actually make sense. There's a stats.
Race and class combo that doesn't exist. Maybe that.
Cool.
No, it's not super
No.
crazy. It's not. I don't think it's too difficult of a theme to work around with. You'll definitely have to think a bit, but I don't think it's too challenging of a theme. This is
Grade
one.
him.
Great. No, we're not gonna judge it because I did not go through for balancing numbers.
It's too easy to stack that talent one. Oh, it's awful.
This was
too
made
much chain
purely-
reaction potential. 0 out of 10.
This is
OC.
more just self-indulgent, just making a fun op. I did not do I did not try to balance this. I was just like, all right, let's just see what happens.
It's fine. It's a splash caster. It's inherently weak as shit.
Damn, you right, but damn.
That's a lie. Dusk is 10
Dusk
out
is
of 10.
wonderful. Dusk is wonderful. She will stall for an eternity.
Yes.
Nice.
But yeah, here we go. And then here's our skills. Does anyone want to try to take a guess? Does anybody want to try to take a guess here as to what is as to what the theme could be?
Something about chain reactions is what I'm getting from talents so far.
Anyone
Oh,
wanna-
I'm gonna guess it's a space related theme.
All right. We got cosmic maximum workout for skills and talent. See some space. We see some cosmic. I think the skill should tell you.
Space.
I think the skill should give
Yeah,
you.
it's space. Fuck, I can't do what I was gonna do.
Yeah. it's
Whatever, I
space.
can think of something.
Has something to do with space or chemistry or
We already did
the
chemistry.
secrets of the universe.
We already did chemistry.
Yeah, we did do chemistry.
We're
Chemistry
going-
was a fun one.
That was a fun one. But yes, as most of you have guessed by now, we are going to the one place that's not, but actually kind of infested by Originium. Space.
At least taxes aren't in space.
The one place that is not infested, but actually kind of still infested by Originium, actually. But yeah. We are going...
No, I don't think space is infested by
Not quite.
Originium.
Well, space
It's
is.
just
the
on
planets
Terra.
are. You're right, the planets are. Space itself is
Yeah.
fine. The one place not infested by Originium.
Oh, I think it's only Terra and maybe Talos too.
Yeah, for Enfield. Look, the other groups, servers that are kind of sneaking around. But yeah, base. Here's some lore. I'll be posting this in the contest chat as well for those of you who aren't here. But yes, theme, space. We're going to space. We're going to space. So yeah, hopefully you guys are. Hopefully this is. Again, I don't think this is too hard of a theme. Judges, what do you think? What do you think of a space theme?
Oh, I think that's fine.
Listen, if you do know anything about space, you know how cool it is, so it's automatically a great theme.
I know nothing about space.
You should have a lot of room to work with. Space
Oh yeah, there's
and, like,
so much.
cosmic
There's
beings.
so much room to work with.
Hope you
Okay,
guys have a lot of room.
okay, here's a question. Is a communism themed operator a space themed operator?
No.
No.
Damn.
Good attempt though. But yeah, there you go. And on that note, that'll do it from us. From the 11th OC contest. Can we get a big thank you to Spipley and Boop again for being our judges?
Would using the moon work? Yes.
Yes, that's in space. The moon is in space. Yeah. There's a whole lot of content you can work with.
Just to like get an idea of the scope of things, would an operator similar to Estesia count as space themed?
I would say basically the space theme. I'll give more deets on the space theme.
Okay.
But it's gonna work out like if you guys remember the first theme that we went with, the winter theme, it's gonna have to relate to things in space in some way. You're gonna have to list out what it is. Kind of like that first one where it's like you're gonna have to give an explanation of what you're trying to relate to, and then what aspect relates to it.
I will say, Estesia is more astrology rather than
Yeah.
astronomy. So I would say it doesn't
Not
fit
quite.
the
This
bill.
is more like actual space. Is Star Wars inspired considered space? Not quite. But again, I'll have more detail as we go along. But it is late for us. That's gonna do it for us.
Nah, it's only 3:30. It's not late at
too
all.
late. Totally not.
What do you mean? It's 4:30.
I'm not falling asleep in my chair.
Totally
What are you
not too
talking
late.
about?
On
I
that
will
note,
say I almost fell asleep. I will fully admit to almost falling asleep.
all right. Anywho, I'm just gonna send you to Luna. Does anyone have a raid message?
Goats are officially top tier or something. I don't know.
Goats are the goatest of all time.
Goats are goated.
Yeah.
I'm having too much fun with this Chungia punch emote. There you go. That'll be raid message. Goats are goated. Somebody will be like, wait, aren't you the dragon streamer? Like, don't worry about it. I'm gonna blame Smithley. Anywho. Alright, I'm gonna
Your
send
stream
y'all
has
to
been
Dragon-
hijacked.
Anywho,
Dragons are goated too easy.
I'm gonna send y'all to Luna. Y'all have a good day, good night, whatever y'all are. We'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. I had to stop and think for a second. But off you go. Enjoy. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.